That's all. Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Simple Path. We're going to be starting off without Frey for a little bit, because he is currently taking care of the child. But today, it's going to be, as far as I understand, something a little slower paced. That doesn't mean without consequence, as over the last week or so, a few of the players have come to me with plans for the future. And I love it when my players take initiative. So, you have all...
That being said, I still gotta do it at some point, so expect one more.
Mm-hmm. So, last we left off, you guys were leaving the warehouse after the, frankly, uncomfortable interaction with Signora de Desperada. So hello, Ari, welcome in. So, the air is thick with tension and likely a little bit of confusion, and just a smidgen of anger. The silence, though, holds like the tension on the top of a glass of water. Fragile, waiting to be broken. But so long as nobody speaks a word, the tension holds true. Assuming nobody says anything, you all make the trip back to the inn as daylight wanes. And the wounds, none of them physical, ache just a little bit.
Just a tiny bit.
Just a bit. You return with the mimic in tow, who, sensing, reading the room basically, keeps his lid shut. Now, would you want to deposit him off in the wagon before returning back to the inn room? Or do you want to bring him back to the inn and have him sit there for the time being?
It's kind of a weird question to ask because I believe Karya was the one that was like picking him up and taking him. So, but I guess I'm fine with either.
If you bring him back to the inn room, he'll probably hear anything you're talking about. Do you want your privacy?
That's fair.
Wait, this is in regards to the tortured man.
No, he's dead.
That wanted. Oh, okay.
Talking about the mimic you guys befriended.
Oh, the mimic.
The mimic you bluffed into being your independent contractor for protecting your valuables.
I mean, I think we could make a point of keeping him in the cart as, like, because he's no longer safe in that place. He's safer in the cart.
Probably.
Guarding his valuables.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Assuming he can't just up and walk away, which I don't know. Maybe mimics can do that. I don't know.
Mimics can move. They prefer to stay stationary, though. They like being object-shaped rather than weird, goopy mass that walks around on tendril-shaped.
Yeah.
And before mimics move around, either by like just bouncing up and down their tongues, or they just move like snails really, really slowly.
Depends.
Yeah.
It depends. It goes from mimic to mimic. But generally speaking, they don't like to leave the assumed forms because their natural form, reality doesn't like it, and so exercising that true shape in the confines of the material plane is a little bit uncomfortable for them. It's like wearing an itchy wolf's jumper.
So
Assuming
we keep
you
him in
guys
the cart.
drop him off so he can get started with his job immediately, you then return to the. You return to the inn, still silent. And anything you wish to do past this point is entirely up to you.
When we get back, Siren is just going to say, like, speaking for the first time since we had the encounter with the devils and the devil herself, she'll say, I'm going to go brew a very hot, large cup of tea. And she goes off to do that.
Okay. The inn room does have a stove you can light if you want to brew the pot there. But the kitchen down on the ground floor of the inn will supply hot water if it's.
Yeah, she'll get hot water from there and move it back up to finish brewing for everyone.
Okay. Silence continues as Siren excuses herself, then returns about a minute later, I would say 3 minutes later, with a kettle full of hot water in hand. She gets about brewing. The silence is punctuated every now and again, rhythmically, as tea is dispensed into a cup. There's the burbling of hot water steaming and hissing that's poured into the cup, left to steep. And almost like performing a ritual all on its own. As if in prayer, Siren decants a total of 8 cups of tea. Leaving the kettle about half full. Maybe half empty, depending on individual outlook at the moment.
She'll go drink hers by the window and leave everyone to theirs if they so wish.
He's still clutching the capybara.
Oh, actually, I think so. I think she is still clutching Lolo without realizing. I think on the journey back here, she completely forgot she was holding her.
I'd say Lolo would be a bit big for you. Paka, the child capybara,
Oh, Paga.
would be easy enough for you to carry around.
Mm-hmm.
Paka's about the size of a guinea pig.
Oh, it's Paga then.
Okay.
You took my weed.
Mine
that
So. Siren's gone off by the window to drink and to think.
drunk think, if you will.
Drink and think. What do the rest of you do?
Vark, who has, since we left the place, been quiet. That's normal from him, all things considered. Ever since we came back to the inn, he's just been sitting at a table side, at a bedside, just rifling through his notes, his journal. The only sound from him, really, the turning of the pages, the leaflet scraping by. He looks around, and then he takes his book and slams it together audibly.
Like a gunshot in the middle of a reading club. Dead silence punctuated by a thunderclap as he slams his book shut.
Siren immediately jolts and almost fumbles cartoonishly with Paka and the cup of tea, but manages to grasp them both after they leap up into the air and fall back.
Possibly nearly
Same,
scalding
I was-
herself with steaming hot tea.
And I really wanted to I really
Flick
wanted
for
to
his
flying.
Flick for his part is just kind of quietly like tapping tapping a foot, arms crossed, ears kind of folded back, appearing to be deep in contemplation. And as the book slams shut, his ears perk back up, and he pauses, turning swiftly in the direction of it.
It is no secret that I am quite fond of silence, but even for me, this is excessive. We need to talk about what happened. All of us. That includes Lady Maria.
Maria, who has up until this point been kind of just standing by the door, and arms crossed much in the same way, her hammer leaned up against the wall and her head low in thought, gets her head up, and with a tiredness in her eyes, nods. I agree.
I will not presume to be knowledgeable about how to act in this kind of situation. You are well aware of where I come from and how I act. That being said, I am aware enough to know that if we do not address this issue now, there might never be a better time. So, Siren, and he nods to her slightly. Thank you very much for making us all tea. Let's sit and have a talk.
Maria grabs a chair and her hammer, drags it to the center of the room, and positions it, and then throws herself with a bit of a jump up onto the seat. Says, that devil used knowledge that, quite frankly, nobody else should have access to. To jab each of us in our collective weak spots. She did it with me, and she did it with the rest of you, as far as means, didn't know this before, that either she can read minds, or she can tell our weaknesses just by looking at us. Or maybe she just knows our desires, or something. But
Either way, she was awfully specific about it, and she seemed to be rather poignant.
yes, I think it was very much deliberate. I think she didn't care that she was hurting us with every word she spoke. In fact, I think she took...
Was she wrong, though?
No, that's the worst part. She was right about me, and going by the looks on all your faces, she was right about all of you as well. So, she drags her hammer around front, positioning it between her legs where they hang just a little bit above the ground, and then props her chin up onto it. I'll volunteer first, since I've been one of the cagiest here. And you guys deserve to know the truth. I'm not expecting anything out of you. And frankly, King has been urging me to open up to more people. I just didn't. Because I'm fairly familiar with what the truth of my life tends to elicit in terms of responses. I'm trying to move past it. The devil clearly saw that I was still hung up on the past. Now that hand is forced. Frankly speaking, I barely know any of you. I've come to know you a little bit over the travels, but that's not enough to say that I've ever truly gotten to know you. What I do know, though, is that I've been able to At the very least, leave my life in your hands when it matters. And that's worth at least a little bit of good faith. The devil back there called me Saint Maria. I told you guys before about how the king's father, previous king, picked me up out of destitution, brought me into the castle, had me work, and then the prince, now king, helped me ascend into the person I am today. The fact of the matter is that I came from more than just destitution. I wasn't taken in out of kindness by the previous kin. I was a prisoner of war. I was a warrior on behalf of Eridine. I fought for the Empire. I crusaded across its borders, and I stormed Lorbis, and I, along with my retinue, including Jorik back in the day, who was my closest friend and my confidant at the time, we crossed the border into Lorbis, seeking divine retribution, and we slaughtered dozens. In blind faith, killed so many people. All in the name of the Lady of Light and in the name of her divine heirs, children, leaders of the Eridine Empire. Takes a moment to breathe, setting her forehead against the haft of her hammer. Until one failed campaign into a village that we had decimated and then were bombarded with magical artillery, leaving everybody except Jorik and I killed. Our position had been given away by a pair of shapeshifters hidden in our ranks. A twin pair of doppelgangers. You know them. And they have ever since been tasked with keeping eyes on prisoners of war such as myself and Jorik. They weren't there purely to act as spies, though their duties have been more lax recently with the new king, so that they can go out and perform other duties, like helping us with the cartel. But before the new king, the old king took us in as prisoners of war, as work in the castle, as penance, punishment. We were a little better than slaves. And we deserved it. Because at the time, we were unrepentant killers. We were not willing to see any good in Lorbis or the rest of the Quadranon. And I didn't, for a very long time. I thought they were... Let's just say that taking in somebody who was a proud warrior of the faith, forcing them to do menial work, does not improve that person's opinion of their captors. Then the old king died. The new one succeeded. He fled the throne, making off with his sweetheart, and the second-born was forced to take the throne. And despite everything on his head, and all the challenges he was facing, and all the people he had to suddenly get to know and manage and learn to deal with, he took time for Jorik and I. He gave us a second chance. He convinced us that there was things worthy of considering and appreciating beyond the borders of Eridine, that other viewpoints were worth taking in. Let's just say that Guillermo is a very convincing man. So, ever since then, I can't quite say that I like Lorbis, or Rosina, Aya, or Flaminsk, or any other country. But I did swear my fealty to my king, because I have faith in him, and the things he can accomplish, and the things he managed, and the woman he managed to turn me into. And so I worked for him. Not for the country, for him. And since then, I have changed. I've improved, I think. I feel like I've been bettering myself. But the devil's words have definitely been doing something to cast that into doubt. Before, when the Empire called me Saint Maria, I took it as a badge of pride. Now it's a moniker that I detest, because it's the name of a murderer. There's my dirty laundry.
Thank you.
May I?
Please, by all means.
Of course.
This is, at the very least, supposed to be a moment of honesty.
Well, I have little to explain myself. What I had to say, I've already said. And if I were to say only that, my speech here now would be very short. So instead, I will first acknowledge your plight, Maria. Everyone has a cross that they bear, so to speak. We are to speak in religious terms. And everything you've said, you fail to give yourself enough credit. I see truly good in you, and I see truly how much you care for the king, and I understand if he's changed you for the better. So much so that you've relinquished your old self and found a more peaceful way to live. But people don't change because other people force them solely. People change also because they really try their hardest. They put in effort, and they sweat and bleed and cry, whatever they need to do to change. It's easier for some than others, but the harder it is, the more strength you gain. And so, I understand if the devil's words have cast doubt into your mind now, perhaps brought up old pains and made you feel maybe less than what you are right now. Made you feel more guilty perhaps than you have felt recently. But she is a devil. She will first and foremost see the worst in people. And I don't think that's really matching up to reality. You know, I think us spending time with you and helping you on the battlefield and accepting your help when our lives are in your hands is more of an unbiased, truthful way to determine that you are actually a good person, despite what you were in the past. It doesn't matter. Because to me, well, perhaps others will have different things to say, but at the very least, I know that to me, you are wonderful. And I thank you deeply for your help.
Her eyes go soft as you speak. She closes them. Her shoulders sag under her armor. And for a moment, she looks very old. And she breathes. Her shoulders coming back up. Opens her eyes and she says, "Thank you, Sarah. I'll contemplate on that tonight."
Siren goes over and gives her one of the teacups.
She'll gladly
Here.
take it.
This helps much with contemplation.
She takes the teacup,
And
Brings it under her nose. Inhales a little bit in the vapor into her airways, and then sighs. So, don't leave me hanging. I can't be the only one to rip open my old wounds here in the open, otherwise I'll feel very embarrassed.
Oh no, I wouldn't leave you like that. But as I've said before, I don't have much else to explain than what I've explained before. Come from a small village. My mother herself came into contact with a powerful being, and the union of them created me. My dad is a bit strange, so I guess you could use that word to describe him. But he is a good father, no less. Just how my mother is a good mother, no less. And one day, as I went out to collect some herbs for more tea, I came back to find an empty, just field of grass. And ever since then, I've set out to find where my village, all my friends and family have left off to. Devil, when it came my turn, she leaned into my ear and told me a family member of mine was still alive. Of course, I was very paranoid of having lost all my friends and family, but her saying that this single family member in particular was alive brought... it brought me so much hope, you know? It just ignited the fire that had been muddled some time now since I've been following leads, and it's been getting ever more confusing. And I would have considered her offer more if Melina herself had not reached out and snapped me out of it. But, that's it, really. It's good to know that someone out there is still alive. That's all I wanted.
Even if it was to try and undermine, give you a little bit of hope so that she could take advantage of it. I'm glad that's still something that can help keep you going.
Yes. Now I am absolutely invigorated. Not that I wasn't before, believe me.
So, something to mention, as I've just been notified, Holoholo is not currently here in the room.
Oh,
He must have, when people weren't paying attention. I don't think people were too alert, being wrapped up in their own heads from the look of things, that he wandered off. Just a side note. But back in the inn room,
actually, can I let go of Paka? Well, first just holding Paka up to my face and go, I've just noticed your big brother is gone. Can you go make sure that he's all right? And perhaps summon him back here?
Paka
And
looks to you.
I'll release...
With a little warbling chirp in the back of his throat, nods.
Very good. Good Cappy. And she'll place Paka on the ground and let him scurry off. Open the door for him and also take the opportunity to make sure no one's eavesdropping.
You open the door, look around the hallway as Paka does the same, almost mimicking you in the way that he sticks his head out the door for a moment. Look left, right, and then he scarpers down the stairs. The little click-clack of his feet across the hardwood floors.
And Siren will just stand by the door and keep one of her long ears out. Not with it open, it closed still, but, you know, making sure no one's trying to buy.
You want to give me a perception check to keep just an active ear out? In case somebody might come along and eavesdrop.
Yes. Can you roll that for me?
Absolutely. sheet to load. And perception. Because you have inborn whispers, you get you're a little bit better.
Hmm.
11. With the bonuses, I
Ah.
believe a 13. Your
Mhm.
attention is still firmly on what's going on in the room. The ear out is just kind of off to the side.
All right. Okay.
Anything else? Actually, I shall stay mute. Maria is, while sipping her tea, slowly sweeping her eyes across the room. Assume, we'll just say Karia and Bayer are currently busy with the mimic, putting it back in. Which leaves Maria, Sirin, Chaiko, Mallory, Bark, and Flake.
This entire time, just for clarification, just if you want to be, just to paint the room a little bit, I could just kind of sit in the corner, standing in the corner. Sorry.
Brooding in the corner.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there anyone else who would like to step forward?
Right.
Hello?
You just went.
Come in, Frank.
Hello, love.
We have
This
Sorry.
is fine. You
Sorry
came in
about
right at
that.
the right time.
As
It's
the-
your
Oh
turn.
god,
As silence,
Your
it's
turn.
my turn.
As silence reigns within the room, the door cracks open. Siren, you hear it coming with the heavy footfalls and the scratch of claws across wood. It's eventually the door opens and in comes Karia and Bayer.
Karia, how wonderful of you to volunteer. Come in.
I'm
Welcome to
volunteering for
Pathfinders
something.
Anonymous.
Pull up a chair.
What have I done?
Pull up a chair. We're sharing our innermost weaknesses and traumas, it seem like.
As Karya comes into the room, Flick kind of gives him this weird look. His pupils seem to become slits, and his ears seem to fold back a bit.
I have dragon things to attend to. Step.
Maria takes up her hammer just by an inch off the ground and then lets it drop. Thump. No, we're not running away from this anymore. We delay this, though, there will be a good opportunity.
That. What are we doing? Step, sit. What's
Also, you're
what have I missed?
So, it's Vark brought it up, and I agree. These secrets, these weak points, I guess we could call them, these vulnerabilities, a random devil exploited them just by looking at us. What do you think might happen to you or any of us in the future if we run into something similar or worse? We need to address this. More specifically, if you all are going to continue journeying with each other, you need to address it. I've already told them about my past. You missed it. I don't particularly feel like repeating myself, but I'm sure they'll probably be able to share it with you sometime down the road. Our time together is nearing its end.
Well, that is ominous.
Oh no, what I simply mean is we're going to be returning to Lorbus probably sometime soon. When that happens, my duty is going to return to being at my king's side. You guys are probably going to go back to being on the road.
Hmm.
So, the sympathy is nice, and having an ear to talk off is good. But you all shouldn't have to worry about it. It's just the fact of the matter. You have your whole lives to worry about. More specifically, your bonds with one another, which at this point are irrevocable. It's been proven, I think, more than a couple times, that you all either live together or die alone. So trust is paramount, if some of you don't like it. In order to be able to trust one another,
I
you
agree.
must be truthful to one another.
So, if I've missed Maria, did I miss anyone else?
Sirin, going over the basics of her encounter with the devil. I'm not sure if you want to repeat yourself, Sirin.
Well, I can.
No,
no,
it's we can cliff
No,
note
no.
it later.
It's all right. It's very quick, really. You all really know my story. It's just looking for a missing village, and the encounter with the devil. She whispered into my ear that a specific family member of mine was still alive, and that seemed to give me more invigorated energy than I had had in a long time. Not that I hadn't had any in the first place. I've looked to the ends of the earth for my village, after all. That was it, really. So first it was Lady Maria, then it was myself. I sent Parker to look for Hala Hala, which he
Hala
doesn't
Hala is
seem
not
to be here
currently
for some reason.
Also, Frey, your PNG, if you would.
Yes, I have to get on my PC. I apologize.
I figured you were on your phone. Yes.
Yeah, I'm still whistling baby stuff while I handle this, but I can try and grab it very quick.
Also, Maria will speak up and say, now, I'm definitely not one to talk. I have been telling half-truths this entire time when prompted. All of you. But I need to emphasize truthfulness in this. Because if you don't open up now, and things come out later, even things that might seem harmless, then that will, well, can't be truthful now, then when?
Yes.
It will only cast doubt on your ability to trust each other in the future. Threats out there in the world. There's some terrible things out there that you really just can't afford to be on. I don't know how else to say it.
And also, speaking of being truthful, Flick, I couldn't help but notice your hair stood on end. Your fur, I should say, stood on end when Karia entered. Is there something wrong? Or perhaps
With
that in
a
particular you'd like to wait for later?
with a glance over to Siren, him kind of cocking his head backwards and letting out a soft sigh, Flick will kind of lean forward and say, "Right, fuck it. Can't be sitting on this for too long, but gonna need something stronger than tea." And he kind of pushed it to the center table. "Do you have any liquor?"
Well, there was wine in that.
Was that
I don't?
barrel of brandy?
Do
We
we
have some
take it?
Mallory
bar.
will just pull out a flask.
Right, thank you. And he'll take the flask. He'll unscrew the top. And he'll take a quick swig. Aside from what slipped through my lips, what do you all know about me? Any murmurs on the streets about random cat man from the high seas?
In this country? No.
Anywhere. Doesn't matter.
I haven't heard anything.
The only thing I know is from what I know with us traveling together.
Right, well,
Uh,
he kind of
anybody that
leans his
wants
arms
to-
on his knees.
I will say, anybody that wants to can roll I'm going to say knowledge local. As that's what your typical skill is for knowing like, word on the street. See if you
Yeah.
heard any rumors. That.
I rolled a 22.
Well, actually, yeah, might as well. Oh, okay.
So, any takers?
Knowledge
besides those two?
local.
Could you roll for me? I'm in the kitchen
Yep.
at the moment.
Okay.
Yep, I haven't heard of any.
Oh,
You've heard of Cats, the musical?
Ugh, don't
you've
remind
heard
me.
Of, you've heard of Cat in the Hat?
You've heard of another cat named Doja?
You've heard of the Cat's Motel?
You've heard of the Sphinx cat that Mallory keeps talking about?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Heard of a cat? I heard of a cat called Garfield.
Partially bald on his forehead.
Are we talking
Oh.
about felines?
Oh no.
Hello! I mean, hello.
So everybody rolls fairly low. Even Vark rolls surprisingly badly on his attempt, coming up to a total of 14, even with inspiration.
Oh, wow.
Didn't Mallory get a 22?
Mallory got a 22.
Yeah, I got a 22.
Yes.
Everybody else may have heard about swashbuckling cats. They're not exactly common, but they're a common enough sight. The cat folk, despite what one might stereotype their lineage as being, many have an affinity for being on board boats. Specifically, the freedom that it affords. Ocean travel is a very freeing experience, and for the wandering souls of the world, in a world so covered in ocean, it provides unparalleled variety and freedom to one's life. So, where some catfolk are homebodies, others are warriors, and some others are free spirits. So there's enough stories out there that it would obfuscate anything that would be recognizably Flick. Sea lion. Mallory,
Stupid.
you all have a tendency of probing people for information. We've established that to this point. So it may have been at some point while you were bargaining for a room, buying some food, any other general menial tasks from day to day when you were stopping in cities and towns. You might have been prying for rumors, and here and there you would hear talk about, not specifically a feline, like a feline swashbuckler, but you would have heard about how, well, for one, they rumors that more or less boiled down to there's this group of weirdos that we've heard about recently that's been going from town to town. One of their members is, and as a matter of fact, a pure wielding leopard print cat. But and this is the problem with rumors. They tend to be recent. You did at one point hear hearsay about a not really up and coming so much as fairly well established crew of privateers that used to course the ocean over by, I'm going to say around the area around where Haven is, around Korok at home. section of water. Not uncommon. There's an entire underwater city beneath those waves, as well as the island chain of Haven. And one of the rumors was, or one of the bits of hearsay, was that he had taken on a couple of what he would refer to as his children. That then the crew dissolved after infighting, after the inevitable power vacuum, because the ship was built around his personality, his force of personality. When he passed away, some rumor due to mutiny, others due to natural causes, it left a power vacuum that eventually led to a mutiny, proper mutiny. And it was noted that his two chosen children were very easily recognizable. One was a thin, tall strip of a woman with raven black hair tied back in a tight ponytail. She was known for her ruthlessness as well as her swiftness in execution of her will. And then there was his son, a catfolk known for both quick wit and quick blade, who was more inherent. He more inherited his father's spirit rather than his privateering way. And that's the extent of the rumor you know, Mallory.
Are you the son of that? Was it Pirate King?
Not Pirate King, Privateer.
Oh, Privateer. Are you the son
Oh,
of that private?
Pirate King is much more impressive.
Yeah, Pirate King is much more
No,
impressive.
there's already a guy.
He's
that
gonna
has-
be
there's
king
a-
of the
there's-
pirates, everybody.
There's already a guy that has the fucking the title of Pirate King. You do not want to try and take that away from him. In fact, you met him.
Ah. Wait, who?
You met him in the port of Mordon. He laughed at you.
At us?
Well, specifically
Karia.
Karia.
Yeah.
But he laughed at you.
Yeah.
He laughed at you, as a
me.
group, but also specifically at Karia.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
didn't realize he laughed at
Yeah.
us.
Well,
God
he laughed at-
damn.
he
Yeah.
laughed at you guys by association, more or less going like, "He's
Yeah.
king of the pores, leading the pores."
True. He called you the poor.
I can't believe I let him live.
Well, you see, Siren wanted to put a bomb on his ship.
Siren is a
Sir wanted to commit a
peace-loving
terrorist
cleric
attack.
of dreams, totally a nice person, but bombing. That's anyway, that is the extent of the rumor. And yes, Mallory has shown some knowledge of your crew's erstwhile presence on the ocean.
Flick will turn to Mallory and kind of gesture to him and say, "Yep, just the one. Oh, Captain Horace."
I see.
Best damn man I ever knew. Told me everything. About, fighting with honor and all that. And then my sister, oh Val. He takes another swig. We all ran a tight crew, we did. We Ginsus. Of course, might be a knave and knife, but also knew a particularly nasty kind of shark. See, he's hesitating a bit, but you can tell the cogs are turning in his head. When our old man passed, my sister was the one who stepped up and took the reins, so to say. Me, I was, I guess, right-hand man, the advisor, the blade at her side. I could tell from the look in her eyes she wanted more than just that. She wanted a lot more than just the crew we had. We set up deals with folks, set up deals with practically anyone who'd give us money, anyone give us extra hands. But it was mostly her doing the talking. Me, it was just on the side. I tried speaking up, she wouldn't let me. I guess she got so tired of me trying to do this so often. One day we went to this old bundle of shipwrecks. I think they call it Woe Tide. Somewhere around there, at least. That's where she started to cut me loose. Takes another swig. Right there on those scaries. 6 of the boys on me. Then when they couldn't take care of me, she thought the corpses would. The undead. And she left. I had to fight my way tooth and nail through that hellhole. The fact that no one's really heard of me probably says a lot. To her, I'm a dead man walking. But even before then, I was just the second fiddle. The yes man. The yes man is as soon as he says no, he's out of the picture. That's not the life I want, you know. There never was the life I wanted. Being someone else's butt monkey. That's why, and he turns to Karya, that's why I can't look at you the same way right now. You say you want to be king, but me, I was always someone to stick it to a king. I never would have dreamt of serving under a king. Serving under a captain maybe, but no. Deep down I know it's more than just that. I just want to be somebody. That's why I can't. And he starts grasping his face as you hear his voice begin to crack and tears start to fall down his face. I just want to be somebody, you know? And part of me wishes I was dead already. So I wouldn't have to look her in the eye, because every day since then I thought about just putting a family back together. Because I know deep down inside she's still my sister. I never wanted her to do this to me. Never wanted any of this for anyone. That's why I went from place to place, just trying to find work, trying to find something. But every now and then I was just reminded that I'm just second fiddle again, god fucking damn it! And he kind of tossed it to the table and just holds his head in his hands. She was telling the truth, you know, that devil woman. I want to be my own captain. But I don't know how. And I know if I leave you all, it's just going to be the same thing. That's going to be back to being the sellsword. He'll be your bodyguard, as long as you pay him well. Just want to be something more than that. Done to anybody. And he just softly sobs.
Mark's going to cast a silent glance towards Siren. Tilts his head towards Flick.
waves.
And then she leaves.
Literally.
She's back.
Literally the
Uh,
worst.
I was trying to speak and I thought I was muted, but I unmuted on Discord and I couldn't speak.
You just
Sorry.
you left the call for a moment. I think he disconnected.
No,
Yeah, you-
I left the call because I couldn't speak. My
Oh,
mic
yeah.
was active and it wasn't working.
Okay. Also, I need
Um.
to say it because I had to stop myself from laughing for a moment there.
I
thought-
know.
No, it's not because of that. It's because partially
Oh.
because of that, but it's because when Vark was like, he casts a silence, and I thought he was gonna say, I cast silence to stop him sobbing.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
I thought he was gonna say I cast silent table.
Oh, yeah. Well, that would
I
have been
cast
more,
silence.
that would've been more
Shut the fuck up.
appropriate, But
We're gonna let him handle that alone.
That's enough. That's enough from you.
be a real man.
All right,
Bottle up
that's
your
enough,
feelings.
buddy. No, you let him out a little too much, buddy. We're uncomfortable.
You
Silence.
made this
Enough.
awkward. No.
Jacob,
Siren,
No.
like
Siren, just before
Yeah.
emotional performance ever. Everyone else.
rewarded with nothing in terms of like interaction. But yes, Vark class casts a meaningful glance towards Siren.
Yes. And Siren, as always, silently eager to take on the role of the person always there to listen to you and reassure you, looks to Vark, goes over to him, takes the what?
Blake, not me.
Oh, I mean Flick. Sorry, I said the wrong name. I meant to say Flick. Goes over to Flick.
I get it. We both got rapiers.
Leans in,
know.
going the wrong way.
Siren doesn't look at them in the face. She looks at their rapiers at their waists.
At their swords.
Oh my
She
god!
identifies them based off their swords.
I just said the wrong name.
Vark gestures to Siren to comfort Flick. She walks up to Vark. It'll be alright.
It's
It'll
okay.
be all right.
Pat,
No, but she
mommy
goes over
issues.
to Pat. She goes over to Flick and places a gentle hand on his shoulder and takes the flask that is currently being ignored in his hand while he's sobbing, places it on the table in front of him, and says, if it's any reassurance, I know that we're here to be your chosen family. It's not just about blood ties, but about meaningful ones as well, with people who are there for you. And I don't know about you, but I feel like we're made to be a good community here. You're an integral part of it. You've protected us all this time. You've helped keep danger at bay. You helped infiltrate the base just now with Mallory and Chaiko. And you have a keen eye. You're a very valuable and appreciated member of this family, so to speak. I hope you know that. And as for wanting to be someone, I think you already are. Perhaps you're not a captain yet, but I mean, that's the only thing you have left. That's the next step for you. As for not wanting to live under a king, that's perfectly fine. If you want
It's
to
not
be
just that, it's just
your
not
own-
want to be second fiddle, really.
Yes, I understand. Independence is a very valuable thing. Freedom is a very valuable thing. And I think you're close to it. We'll help you get there if you also have us.
He stops himself. He's wiping away the tears ever so gently. My father was always telling me to fight with honor, and yet at the same time, here I am fighting dirty. Back in the alleyways, I was fighting with my with the other sword wielding chap. Couldn't help a result of dirty tactics, and My father's dead, and now I'm just wondering if I can even live up to that example of his.
You can. One misstep isn't enough to tear down your entire legacy.
If I might.
It's not just a misstep, it's not just that misstep, it's what any more missteps might lead me to.
If I might.
Mhm.
Being somebody who has
Flick turns.
being somebody who has served under a king, under two, as a matter of, I understand wanting to be able to call your achievements and the meaning that you give your life your own. There's hardly a higher goal in life. Complete independence, being able to ascribe meaning to yourself without having to attribute it to another. Rich, coming from the fact that I attribute my current worth in life to my service to a king. But I think that does give me a specific perspective on it. I think that, barring Karya's complex about becoming a king someday, I think you all have good chance of helping each other become something you couldn't do on your own. Not as subordinates, but as a group of equals. You all are bound by hurt, each unique in their own right. But in your case specifically, Flick, I don't think you should live up to your father. Because you're not him. I think don't try and be him. Be something you're sure he would be proud of, but don't be him.
The look on his face, he's beginning to. It seems like he's very deep in thought. He's calmed down a bit and kind of reclines a bit, probably on, say, the couch where he's been sitting this time.
My king
And he ponders.
spent a very long time trying to fill the shoes of his older brother. His older brother grew up the golden child of the dynasty. He was supposed to be the next in line, the perfect replacement. He was groomed from day one. And then he ran away, and suddenly the second best choice had to become king. It was forced on him. He didn't have a better choice. But he did it anyway. He tried to fill his brother's shoes, and when that failed, he tried to fill his father's shoes. And eventually, in his words exactly, he said, "Fuck it, those two were failures. I'm doing it my way." He lives to fill his own shoes and his alone.
What do you end up doing?
He's turned Lorbis into a thriving country with a booming flower industry, a active art scene. He's put more money into the arts and into medicine than any of his ancestors have. The people of the country love him because he's not doing things the way his father or his brother would have. He carved his own path. And while every single day he's trying to find a way to no longer need to be king, because he every step he takes, he does so he never has to act as king again. His dream one day is that the people of the country will be able to act on their own and elect their officials and reach their own decisions, and that he'll never have to make a call as king again. And when that day comes, he'll consider it his mission a success.
Flick is definitely stewing on that information. He isn't saying anything immediately, but he's still deep in thought, deep in contemplation.
He hates the hand that life gave him, but he took it and he made the best of it. I can't say I'm proud. I can't say I could be any prouder to serve that.
She's right, There's no truer way to pursue freedom than what that king did. Your tail swings in your own direction.
As for your sister,
Oh,
well, you've already said what you would like to do. Who knows?
I just want us to be a family again, you know? I mean, he looks around to everyone else in the room. I know. Well, if what me and her had is anything to go by, it's that maybe it's a family is definitely a bit more than blood. I mean, granted, we only been together for about a year or so, but it's a start.
I wish for you and your sister to reunite as true family siblings again. But whether you do or don't, you'll always have us.
Thing is, I don't know if she's gonna be as happy about it, but you know, considering she probably considers me dead, more than likely. But yeah, we'll think of something, I guess.
Do you want her to know that you're still out there?
I mean,
Or would you rather bide your time until an opportune moment?
that's the thing. What's she gonna do if I say something?
Well,
She
if she loves you, she'd be elated to know you're alive. And
I
if she's
suspect.
angry or disappointed to know you're alive, I don't know if it's worth giving her love, knowing that she would just take it and throw it to the sticks. But if you think
Well-
there can be a way to change her, just as, for example, looking to Lady Maria, that the king has changed Our Lady here, then there's still hope. There's multiple solutions to a problem.
I think
The worst she could do is send someone to assassinate him.
we already,
Or do it herself.
you all already have.
Assassinate this cool cat? I don't think so.
I think you all have experience warding off assassination attempts at this point. You can always do with more practice.
More practice than this, and Siren holds up a karate stance.
Maria can't help but chuckle.
Ah.
Siren, that joke would only
I mean,
be
knowing
funny
what-
if you hadn't tried to strangle several of our party members.
Yeah, Siren, you were. Yeah, Siren, you
Wait,
were.
what?
I mean, granted, you were possessed, but you were the one who actively attacked several party members.
Wait, I think I heard this
Not out of
mentioned.
my own volition.
I know. That's why I
You-
said. That's why I said you were possessed.
You all know that Vark isn't one, to crack jokes or laugh or grin, but at Siren's karate stance, you just hear him exhale loudly.
I think we'll do just fine for ourselves.
I think so too. I think you're all okay. I think you're all going to be okay. As for your sister, it sounds like her priorities are in the wrong place. She's obsessed with, I don't know. I don't know her as well as you possibly could, but from your description, she sounds like she's obsessed with power, building a large crew. Many power-hungry pirates look to one day become the most feared on the high seas, and one of the quickest ways to that is having a veritable army.
Precisely.
And she left
That's
it
why
at-
she went around recruiting so many people the way she did.
But she's going to learn at some point that recruiting people like that and having them under her foot through fear inspires no loyalty. One day she may be subject of her own mutiny. She may be killed. Maybe she'll suppress them all with the use of the necromancy that you described before. Personally,
Well,
it sounds like her priorities are in the wrong place, and she took the love you and your father gave her for granted. Maybe there's a chance you can help her see the light one day, if you get the chance to properly talk to her and make her understand. Sounds to me like
That's the hope, at least.
biggest hurdle to that is getting to her. Sounds of things. But I think there's
And what you said about oh, sorry, go ahead.
I think if there's ever a group that can do it, and a person that can reach her, he just looks around the group and nods.
Well, based on what you were saying before about the whole thing about obsession with power influence, with the kind of business that we're in, really, who wouldn't have wanted to be a legend?
Yeah.
Especially with the resources we had at our back.
I mean, the devil mentioned Barafucius by name, of all people. Everybody aspires to be a devil. Or at least every pirate with ambition does.
Any sailor, any privateer worth his salt wants to be like that, yeah.
Here's what we'll do. Any port we come across, we tell the tale of Flick of the Ear, who survived against all odds, and is putting together a crew to sail the seas again. It might attract any who might be interested in signing up with you, who may know you from before. It will definitely get you on her radar. I'm sure word travels fast in these circles.
Taylor's talk and loose lips, despite the saying, are very common on the seas. I think this plan doubly so works if you ever intend on getting a ship of your own. Something to potentially invest in the future. If you intend to be moving around a lot, and you're coming into any amount of wealth, getting your own boat, even a small sloop, would probably be good for your own independence as a group.
I mean, definitely something to consider, at least.
Not to consider, to plan for. You said
Well,
you want
we
to become a
can. Well, we
captain?
can.
We'll make you
We
one.
can at least stew on that for now. But I think we got some therapy to get back to. Apologies for steering that direction it did, but
Thank you for sharing.
For what it's worth, I know I'm not the one that there's a type to console someone. It's why I asked Sirin to help out in that regard. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it, Siren.
For all that I
and-
lack in this
Oh.
kind of regard, this is exactly what this idea was meant for. So thank you for opening up to us.
But that being said, looking towards
And
Kari
also-
again. Sorry for kind of giving you a death glare there for a moment.
Oh,
Your brain does
no.
fucked up things when it's in dark places.
Oh, I am aware, my friend. There has been no harm.
And don't worry about thanking me. I'd do this regardless of any of you.
I mean, fair enough. Well, anyways, that's off. No, that's off one person's chest. Who's next?
Bark looks towards Shaiko.
There.
Stare.
Did you say something?
Curious side eye.
Sorry. Did you say something to me?
We're looking at you.
The room is collectively looking at you.
Flick is side eyeing
No
you
pressure.
curiously.
Fine. Ask. What do you want? I don't like telling my story, but I'll answer your questions.
I can think of a question right off the bat.
Go ahead.
Why do you sometimes present yourself like this, and sometimes with a mask, and sometimes as a fox itself. Or rather, how is it you're able to do that?
Whatever do you mean? But she reaches up behind her, puts a mask on. I presume you mean something like this, no? How I can quickly change how I act and do my things.
Varg slams his fingers around his nose. Hi, Aiko.
Oh, shush you.
She pulls.
Please never do that again, Vark. That made me
she-
incredibly
She pulls her
disturbed.
mask off. She pulls her mask off and looks
Vark,
at
I didn't know you
Mark
had, didn't you?
with a very annoyed face. Yeah, that. Is that what you're asking about, Siren?
Yes.
Okay. Due to reasons, I felt the need to create an alter ego. And, well, thinking about all that I am, Aiko, as I've named it, you remember that name well, that would be something that no one should be able to recognize me as. Anyone who goes and sees me when I'm under the facade of Aiko, I'm just Aiko. No worries. Just kind, caring of others. Just something I felt the need to do. Anything more than that?
Well, you're also able to just outright transform into a fox itself. Is that from
Oh,
kind of lineage?
right. You do know what I am, right?
Actually, has Draco mentioned it before?
No.
So Siren would say, I apologize for not being familiar.
She'll stretch her arms out. You see this furry form that I am right now? This is me. This is the true me. I am a kitsune.
A kitsune. Fascinating. Is
We
that
have-
inherited?
Most kitsune can only transform into a human's counterpart. Snap, cheese back, yippee. Like this. However, for some reason, for who knows why, I can transform into an actual fox as well. Don't know, just can. Maybe others can, maybe others can't. I don't know. I don't know. She looks towards everyone, other people in the room. You are all looking at me, so I presume you all have questions. Come on.
Tell us about your father.
Wow. Hit the nail on the head, why don't you?
I mean, I spoke about my father. I mean, only makes sense for you to follow that up. No?
She'll let out a sigh and walk over to the table and finally sit down. Okay.
Varg hands her a cup of tea.
Don't.
He holds out the cup of tea.
I've said it once to some of you. I've tried to act around it, but my father is a man named Felgor. Some of you might remember I've asked if you've heard of his name before.
Mhm.
At least so, yeah.
I don't quite recall who he is, Varg says bluntly. He's absolutely lying. Tell us more about him.
I know you're lying. You're the only one who knew his name.
why don't you educate the others then?
My father is a blacksmith from the Titan's Arm. He had his own forge, and he was well respected, and, well, I got much else to say. Just a normal, everyday blacksmith, I guess. Well, that's probably a lie. I don't really know what... you asked this question, I don't know how to really answer it, because I don't know what you're really asking. My father, he's a blacksmith. What else is there else to say?
What happened to him?
You know, I'd like to know that too, but... when was it? Around that time, she points at Vark. I think it was Siren, Mallory, and maybe Karia? I don't know. Where did you go again? To some society thing, was it?
Yes, we went to the headquarters. Well, not to Mallory, personally speaking.
I'm not Mallory.
What's the rest?
I misremembered.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't. I went to go get some supplies for the birds that we own. Some cages, some bird feed, you know, to make sure they're taken care of. And I went out with Lady Marie, and, well, while we were there in a pet shop, we ran into two people. An elf dressed in clothes quite similar to mine, and I forget what was the other one again. Was it all? I think also an elf, half elf, and a half elf.
Health.
As soon as I saw them, I recognized them from the Titan's Arm. Well, at least their clothes. The young elf seemed to be of royalty some kind. Yeah, with a young, curious, wanting to change things. You know, the naive, young, noble child. But seeing as this was the first time I met someone from the Titan's Arm in a long time, I made a bad decision, and I poked about a festival that's held in my hometown. And, according to that young lady, Felgor, my father, apparently she starts trailing off for a minute, shakes herself back.
Dead.
Yeah.
Aye, there's the rub indeed.
Her head just drops as she's leaning on the table.
That naivety, specifically, what led to me, even back then, still casting doubt on the veracity of her words.
I don't know if they're true. I don't. I hope they aren't, but
That is
She-
why you
she-
that is why you asked me to use the orb, is that not?
yes. She'll look at Lady Marie. You're not wrong, Marie, but let me put it like this. I haven't heard anything from the Titan's Arm in about 2 years now. considering the fact that's the first thing I've heard, even throughout all this time. I can't help but cling to it as some proof because it's the only thing that I have.
And that's why
I
ask of the king when we get back. I've already sent him a letter. I'm waiting for a response. But I doubt he'll have any reason to say no.
At that point, I guess I should probably tell you this as well. It might be something worth interest. Back in the Mordan Confederacy, do you know a vampire by the name of... Oh, fuck, what was his name? I had this 2 seconds ago. I think it was, yeah, the one who hired us, Stanislav.
The one who I sent,
Yeah.
the one who I sent letters to.
Yes,
Yeah,
Stanislav.
Stanislav.
Yeah, Stanislav.
I took a job for a man named Stanislav, and at the end of it, I too asked him to see if he could get me help with anything about that as well. He's a good man. I don't know. I'm only telling you this because he might have some information. He might have things. I don't know.
I think the king mentioned something about him. It might be worth it getting the two connected and talking. At the very least, him and this vampire and royal spy master might be talking to one another. That will be helpful. It's contact is only as good as its a web of contact is only as good as its reach. It will help quite a lot.
Yeah. I would like to find the truth of that.
I'd like to help you find it.
She'll clap and lean back up. Alright, so any other questions? With a very obviously forced optimism or cheeriness into her voice.
Well, first, count me in on find him as well. Knowing what it's like to lose a parent figure preventing someone else from losing one is preferable. And second, I don't think you ever mentioned what got you so far from home. Was it just wanderlust? Work? Obligations?
And that optimism immediately fades as she sinks, her shoulders sink in again. I
Were you forced to
invited
leave home?
I guess I did. I asked for more questions.
I remember she mentioned it was because she was running from.
Technically speaking, I'm a wanted criminal.
Yes.
What can I say?
When we were in the shop.
That makes two of us.
When we were in that shop, one of Chaiko's immediate worries about the bodyguard of the young noble is that they might be bounty hunters.
Mm-hmm.
Come to think of it, that makes two of us. Because technically I'm wanted too.
Thing is, I don't even remember why I'm wanted. Well, hold on. I guess I should explain a little bit more. That festival I mentioned before.
Varg
It's
is,
a
by
pla-
the way, still holding the teacup.
Trying to go a bit
Cool. Keep holding it. Festival I was a part of. It's a place where many craftsmen gather just to show off what they can make. Nothing more. The prize money isn't even really that important to most craftsmen. It's just having the ability to say that you won. Prestige, honor, and all that. Oh, I owe it to my father, and something happened. I don't remember. It's like it's gone. I can't remember. But next thing I remember, I'm in a jail cell. I'm being charged. I'm being told that I'm going to be here for a long while. Luckily, for better or for worse, I was pretty well known around there. And with some help of a poorly mind you. Nice guard, I knew. Accidentally dropped a key and picking up the cue at night. Unlocked the cell door, and I just ran. I haven't gone back since. Just trying to find out what happened. What happened during the festival and why I am wanted. Why I am wanted.
You said you were well known, yeah?
Wait, what?
You said you were well known there, yeah?
Well known as in.
Well regarded.
Well known around the. I was just friendly with a lot of people from the village. That's all.
Huh.
Not
That seems
necessarily.
strange.
Not popular, but more just. Everyone there knew everyone. What can I say? It was a very friendly place.
That's a head scratcher.
Truly, it is, isn't it? It doesn't make sense. But 2 years, and I still not an inch closer to what happened. But 2 years, with what little information I got, I think I'm going to have to make a drastic play. Gotta get my name back out there. If people want to find me, well, I gotta start giving crumbs. For better or for
Called a
worse.
hunch, but it sounds like there's some sort of conspiracy afoot.
Maybe. Who knows? My father was a very well-respected blacksmith.
Let me asking.
Hmm.
I know you probably do, but I still think it bears asking. Was your father particularly well known for producing anything of note?
I don't remember, really.
No, like, excessively powerful
Well-
magical weapons or armor, any items he kept around the shop that been of note?
She'll start tapping the table. Maybe.
I've heard cover-up stories similar to this, not the same, but similar to this, where powerful craftsmen who may not be able to particularly defend themselves particularly well will be spirited away for use by groups or even nations. The craftsmen who are particularly capable or even uniquely talented are much sought after. They can swing the tide of a war very easily.
Actually, you bring up a good point. At the tower, those constructs, they felt very familiar. Like a sense of deja vu, but not quite.
How so?
She'll start tapping, she'll stand up and start thinking. Wait a minute. Father's forge was never quiet. It was kind of nicknamed... What was that nickname people called it every now and then? The Babbler's Forge, I think what people called it, because there was... It always sounds like there was many people there, but anytime anyone would go in, it would be just him. But people could always swear they heard conversations going on. And then wait. There was... She'll start thinking. She's kind of lost in thought for the moment.
Take your time.
I don't know why I didn't think of this until just now, but the reason I think those constructs felt so familiar was because my father would bring every now and then bring something home and it would talk. But it wasn't a construct. Father didn't make constructs. He was a blacksmith. What could they be?
Unless someone was hiring him to help work on something like it.
Well, Holo was here. I do something. Not he.
Of course, you hollow. Anyways, what could they be if they weren't constructs? Because Father wasn't much of with magic, but I vaguely recall talking to things that shouldn't be able to talk. What?
Anybody that wants to. I think of what would make the most sense is either Chaiko, Mark, this may attempt, is an Arcana roll.
I actually,
He's
I'm
actually
Yeah,
drawing-
yeah.
She is actually drawing a blank.
Flick is going to shrug and say, I don't know nearly enough about magic to help you with this. Sorry.
not my best, but I
Best
do
I
have.
can tell you is that there's some sort of
Bababooey.
eclectic,
Oh my
some sort of
god,
eclectic
Karya!
business your father's getting
Yeah,
involved in.
I am proficient in Arcana, and I got a 23. That
You
is-
shouldn't!
He rolled a nat 19.
I rolled a nat 19. Do you know how hard that is for me, Lynn? Let me have this, Sully.
Yeah. With a +4, you managed to get the same amount total as Vark did. So Vark coming from studied knowledge, and Karya coming through, honestly, pure luck of association. Are you proficient in Arcana?
Happenstance, yeah.
Yes, I have knowledge Arcana.
You have ranks in it.
Yes.
Really? 'Cause all I'm seeing is a
Wait, I
+4.
think I do. Actually, you know what? Oh no, I don't have any ranks in it. That's weird. I thought I put some ranks in it. Well, apparently not. Never mind.
I just haven't studied
Oops.
magic yet. So all you get is the amount you get from a 10.
Hey, doing me.
Unfortunate.
So you get as much you get as much knowledge as Chaiko does. Only Chaiko is because she's currently confused and drawing a total blank. Mallory? The one for the misinformation pool. Ooh, I can do something. So Mallory, I mean, you've only ever really had one example of an object that's not a construct talking to you. And it doesn't talk very often. Take from that what you will. Chaiko, yeah, you're pacing, you're thinking, yeah, nothing's coming to mind. If it's not a construct, how is it able to communicate? He made weapons, not statues. Karya? There were some times where you actually managed to come close to the treasure pile in the caves. And every now and again you would hear talking coming from the pile. And you'd get curious, you'd get close. And then one of your siblings would jump out at you. So maybe he had dragons hiding in his forge, waiting to prank Chaiko. But ever the font of information. I always was tempted to say that the DC of this would be rather high.
And does a 10 pass?
No.
I
Vark,
mean, if the DC is rather high,
would you like
I
to roll another knowledge skill, pair alongside it?
well, funny that you say that. I do have this. Can I?
I remember you have a
can
trait
I
that allows
send
for that,
this?
for re-rolling specifically.
Yeah.
I would allow history.
Beep. Booba. Boobie.
For 22. 27.
27.
So, knowing that Belgor had worked alongside Lydia to some degree, enough that they were friendly and they exchanged gifts. You think, well, obviously his concerns were magical in some ways. Maybe it wasn't just that he supplied her with stuff to enchant. Maybe he consulted her about magical things or something else. And then you're drawing up a blank because really her specialty was constructs. And maybe there's a chance that he brought home some weird constructs that didn't look like constructs. That's what we're babbling in the Forge, but it doesn't sound like it. Besides which, typically when you make a construct, it's got to be somewhat humanoid and fairly recognizable, whether it's a homunculus or a golem, or a doll or a stitched. And then you instead think back to like the journals that you read in her library. And you remember her mentioning on occasion that at certain moon phases and certain moments in the lunar cycle, as strange as it is, when sometimes if she'd mess up a certain ingredient or change a ritual in a way to experiment, when creating magical items, sometimes odd phenomena would occur. And sometimes magical items that she'd kept for a while in, say, storage or had been using consistently would develop quirks. And sometimes they'd get a mind of their own and start talking. And she mentioned she had an expert who took care of those.
Your father. It's clear that he and my master were in some contact, evident due to the tea kettle I gifted you.
Yes.
I recall several letters or notes regarding my master's experiments when it came to magical objects. And whenever an abnormality occurred and things started talking, an expert was brought up. Not by name, granted, but by association and the context clues we have. I believe that was your father.
If that's the case, why would they go after him? Why not after your master? Why not after your master then? Because from that description, it doesn't sound like he. In that description, he didn't make them. He only received them. But if he was the professional, how? She gets up and starts walking around in the room, thinking.
Maybe he was the expert because he made some, and he knew how to handle them? Maybe he didn't only receive them.
Yeah. Can I make a roll to get more memories?
Sure.
What do I got? What do I need to do?
Intelligence. Roll me an intelligence roll.
Leave.
13. Your mind is clouded right now, and you're full of uncertainties, and there's so much. Your brain is racing right now. To say you have thoughts going a mile a minute would be pretty accurate, especially if you were to take the literal interpretation of having multiple minds. So it takes the the
Don't.
phrase "to be of two minds" a little more literally. So it's a little hard to recall anything. You scratch your head and no. Nothing surfaces out of the sea of your thoughts. All I get is a beginnings of a mild headache.
She'll kind of do a little stop on the floor and go, I can't remember anything. Why? From the Vark. That's a society place. That's a society place. They have experts there, right?
I would be surprised if not, yes.
Can you, after all we finish with this, help me find anything out there, maybe? I need to figure this out now.
I'll take you in the morning. No problem at all.
Alright, good. Cool. Beautiful. She'll go back to the table and take the teacup finally, and then start drinking it.
Finally relieved of his duties, the Vark sits down again.
He has just been standing there dutifully, like a butler. Also, the tea is now cold.
Yep,
Good
literally.
butler.
That's fine. That's fine.
Bust out the fans, you know, just the big old banana leaves.
Yes.
Big old banana leaves.
But anyway,
That was a fucking deep cut. That was a fucking. I heard that quest. That was a deep.
I felt my brain unlock. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, wait a minute.
Quest
I've
archive
heard that
recorded
before.
words.
Fucking.
Luckily, I don't know what was just said, but glided right off the smooth brain.
Badoo badoo banana bus. Badoo badoo.
God, really darn it.
Yeah. I'm glad I can propagate my brain waves to my friends.
Be happy that I didn't say what I wanted to say.
No.
No, leave it to Frey or to Karia to imagine the dark-skinned person with a palm leaf.
Oh.
Hey.
Oh no. Oh no.
Hey.
Flick suddenly materializes a phone out of his pocket and
Plain
I'm
racist.
only
selects
racist.
Twitter.
No, you see, it's not racist.
I'm
it's
only
plain
racist to dragons. Yeah, I'm not plainist. I just hate only dragons.
Flick
Mhm.
begins
You're in.
typing
Your
out a
grandpa.
post canceling Karya on Twitter.
You mean Twix? Okay.
Twix. Twix.
Trickster.
Thanks.
Twister. Yeah. So, that little diversion aside, I
Dear.
believe the only people who have yet to, and no pressure here, who have yet to be actually, the people
All
who
the
have
pressure.
who've yet to spill their guts are Karya, Mallory, and Park.
Go ahead.
Looks
Spill
like
your
Arya.
inside joke.
Vark looks-
Stare.
Vark looks at Mallory.
Also looks at Mallory. I believe there's a lot more to speak on your behalf. I've been very open.
True.
I've been very open.
Maria does say,
I mean, yeah.
we're still going to talk about you, Karya, because
Oh, I am aware, but
Yeah.
I believe that one over there points to Mallory is going to take some pressing.
no. We need to be honest, or you all need to be honest with each other. But any honesty that comes from pressuring is tainted.
It's not really encouraging, it's more like coercion.
Yeah. You're in a group of people who trust you, and who will keep this with them until their dying days. But ultimately, it is more for your own sake. spaces that you all open up to each other. Said now is the time.
If Mallory is here, or if Sully is here.
Uh-oh. Talking to a wall?
Oh no.
Sully,
I hope not. Sully!
are you muted?
Wait, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh shit.
Ah!
There.
We are.
Yes.
Sorry, I was drawing like when you said something about the voice that speaks to you and that isn't a construct.
Oh, yes.
I was drawing Mallory zoned out, and then I zoned out.
Life imitates
Manifest
Often
destiny.
mimics fate. Yeah, okay, there we go. Quest made the exact same comment.
Art imitates life, and life imitates art.
Yes, indeed. So, you have a few people who are kind of leaning and looking at you, leaning towards you, going like, no pressure, but no pressure. Now's the time to open up. So you know. In all
Yeah, you guys haven't even.
No, please continue.
Well, I would say that you know the part where the demon mentioned the lashes and all that stuff, the markings. Mallory is never even taking up in front of anyone. He doesn't. He's probably not even willing to talk about it.
If anybody in the room, I always imagine Mallory will be the only one to like eventually keep his mouth completely shut.
He hasn't spoken
Yep.
at all.
Cyril will say,
Oh, except.
there isn't pressure for you to say anything you don't feel comfortable with. I know how painful it can be to bring up less than favorable memories. But know that we're all spilling things, and none of us would judge you for anything. Hell, Maria even said that she used to be a killer, in her own words. So if you do feel comfortable, know that you won't be judged or seen differently than we see you already.
Knowing
I'll still pass.
I had a feeling.
All right.
This is Maria speaking. I had a feeling that you would feel no obligation to share it. There was no agreement made. I just started sharing my story without any expectation, give or take. You're going to need to open up to them eventually. If not now, eventually. I know everybody here understands that you likely have reason to be so cagey. But I recommend you think it over, and you open up to them sooner rather than later. Because next time you might find a devil that does more than just talk at you. You mentioned your ancestor. She's scared of something like you're going to need. You're going to need people you can trust. Because when it comes to dealing with devils, once you reach past a certain point, gained a devil's ire, all you'll have is the people closest to you. Hope you can find that someday. I hope these people can bring it to me. So, Vark and Karya.
Well, Vark, I believe that we've already spoken at length about what you have experienced, considering the past few days, and I've never necessarily been anything but forthcoming.
I think there's something to address, and I feel I need to say it. I didn't speak on it before because I had my own things to consider. The question you asked the devil. I believe you asked the wrong question.
I see. Well, if I'm being honest, that's entirely fair. I've not dealt with many devils. Not that I would care to.
No,
I don't know
think
all their
any of us would.
machinations.
But you asked her if she saw potentially. And I have to admit, I'm a little bit angry at this. I'm not going to hold it against you. But it did anger me a little. I won't hold it against you because she had been nothing but truthful to us at that point. When you asked her if she saw potential in you and she said yes, you took that at face value. And that it confirmed your solidity in your ideas of one day becoming king. No caveats. Fine print. No extrapolation. You have no idea what the context of that potential even means. You don't know if that means only with her at your side, or if that potential is only if your brother dies. That, in her mind, that potential might only be realized under very specific circumstances, and otherwise you could never be king. But you didn't ask those questions, and you weren't specific. And I think that's demonstrative of a worldview or perspective that, if I'm going to be quite honest, Karia, if you were the king I was serving under, I could never envision that. I don't think I'd ever want to serve a king like you.
Actually, Karia, were you specific about what kind of what was it, potential? You know, kingly potential, or just potential in general?
So in general.
See, now that could be taken even more ways. Do you have the
Yeah.
potential to be a great king, or do you have the potential to become what you became in that cave that one time?
Yes,
Again.
I suppose that's fair.
Because what
No.
happened in the cave was quite alarming.
I've still not heard anything about this incident.
Oh, who wants to tell him about the incident? Because that can shed some light.
In a moment.
Yes,
Though I share many of the worries that Maria and Flick have already addressed, I must say, in his defense, in spite of the one question asked, he was very reserved about dealing with the devil itself. If it didn't pose a risk to ask more questions, he would have asked for more specifications.
I'm going to be honest. The fact that that amount of restraint is worthy of praise is kind of worrisome. And I worry about what that might get you tangled in the future, if that doesn't change. You can only get so far off of might and blitheness alone. One day you're going to say, I'm king. And they're going to ask, where? And then the people looking at you, when you explain that you are the king of a nation that doesn't exist, and you're wandering around in foreign nations with no power to back you up, are going to think, oh, this person has ambition. That makes them a threat. And you're going to make enemies far from home, far from your help and your resources and contacts. And nobody's going to be able to help you. Stranded, surrounded by enemies, and faced with the consequences of your actions. Ambition and pride are one thing. Hubris is another. Hubris is the ultimate downfall of every king, every monarch, and every emperor I have ever heard stories of.
On the bright side, though, he's come a long way since Mordaunt. You should have seen him back then. It was quite worse. I'm glad you weren't with us at that time. He's come a long way. He's put in effort into learning what it means to truly be a good king. And also,
She did.
oh
The
shit,
dev-
I had a second point. I forgot what it was.
Very sorry. The devil did make a good point. If you don't have capable instructors or somebody that can help you learn what it means to be a good king, you're not going to go very. You will be, at best, a tyrant or a bandit lord. But
Yes.
going off of Siren's testimony and what I've seen so far, and your own growth while you've been here in the Quadrangle, I do believe you can grow past that, and I believe you could potentially be a leader of note, or even if you're not a leader, somebody you can be proud of. And I believe these people can help you achieve that. I don't believe for a second that it's never going to happen. I just think it's going to take a while. And I'm worried about what will happen in the meantime. That aside,
Really?
the
Go ahead.
chief worry I have but
Speak.
I think you do have a problem with pride. I'm used to dealing with a king who is very humble. I'm very fortunate in that regard. He considers himself equal to every citizen. He thinks of his life no more important than theirs. He's wrong, but still, prefer he be too humble than too prideful. On the other side, I have met with Nyan nobles, Leminski merchants, and even the Lord Regent of Rosino at one point. And I know for a fact I would never want to serve underneath them. They pale in comparison to the tyranny of Eridine, but I still wouldn't want to serve them.
Well, his pride, I do believe, comes from his more draconic ancestry.
Oh,
It isn't
that.
simply overnight that you can get rid of such a deep-seated heretical way of living.
Siren, if I may. I believe that there is some note of what you're saying. And then I'll look over to Maria. And I am no fool to admit that my pride has gotten the better of me more often than not. But Siren, it is not draconic pride. Aside from my brother, I did not intend to claim my home, the ancestral home, as a dragon. And I made it very apparent as soon as I arrived, even with the simple troglodytes, that perhaps blustering and stomping about and demanding that they kneel, it may work, and I may lord over an entire nation under the might of my boot. But then I realized that there was no room for growth. While I had believed on our adventure that I would be allowing you all to tarry the line and picking up the slack as I have often done, I have quickly realized I cannot do all of this on my own. I'm no fool, and though you may see me at my pride overflowing, Maria, I must disagree with you on one thing, that I believe that your king is wrong, if only on one thing. Too much pride. Yes, it is dangerous. It is how my father ruled. The slightest bit of, uproar in any form would be met with fiery breath. And he'll kind of stand up and turn around and reveal his back. He's not really necessarily clothed, but his entire back is flayed with burn wounds. I have been the maker of such wrath, and the receiving end of his flames, more often than I could doubt. I can't recall. But I do believe that a king should be prideful. And if the one thing I can say of Guillermo is that he is a good man, but he is too humble. And I firmly believe that at its crux, may be a problem. Now, clearly, I am no fool. He is the leader of a nation, and frankly, you are correct. I am little more than a bandit leader. If that.
I will say, he has a lot of pride, but it goes firmly into his kingdom. Takes great pride in Lorbus, and reserves none for himself. I agree.
That I believe is a problem.
He doesn't put enough war
Yes.
stock in his own work, because he doesn't think he's worthy. I've been trying to help with that. I and everybody else in the castle have been working. And that brings me to a much more lighthearted note. And I think something you should be focusing on. A king attracts the kind of the kind of leader a king is. The kind of leader anyone is attracts the kind of follower that suits that type of leader best. Those who lead by strength will draw those to them who believe in might makes right. Those who lead by coin will attract the greedy and the prudent and the thrifty. Those who lead by trust will attract both the trusting and the manipulative. Be the kind of people that you want to lead, and they will naturally follow. Build it, and they shall come. And so my recommendation to you, Karia, is starting off, you've already done a very good job, but none of these people here have very much experience besides perhaps Mallory in running a nation. So I would say find people, surround yourself with, who can help you learn to be a king. My liege had the good fortune of being raised from noble stock, royal stock, and teachers, and library, and a lineage to learn their mistakes from. He would say he had no good lessons to draw from it besides those he should not do. Make mistakes. Make them early if you can. Learn from them, and surround yourself with the kind of people that you want to lead. The kind of people you want to learn from.
I believe I have already done a decent job of that.
I think so
And
too.
we'll kind of motion around. This leads me into a topic that I have been meaning to bring up anyways, though there was really no opportunity, and frankly, I haven't had much time to actually sit.
That's why this is so important. Now is the time.
When I transformed that day, in the Troglodyte Cave, and Vair and I lost ourselves to the deep, there was a very clear wake-up call for my brother and I. That if we could not find a way to either subdue and subjugate the deep that was within us, or purge it completely, that eventually it will take us. Vair may grow, and in truth I will as well. But there is always the chance that I will fall. Now last time we were lucky. You were able to beat me back with a pocket of sunlight. Incredible idea, by the way, Vark. I never thought of that.
Yeah, he does his best to curtsy while in a chair.
Picks the chair up and curtsies with the chair attached to his butt.
The chair!
He's like hunched over.
Hunched over, holding the chair.
Also,
But
slight side point, Grim does make a good point. Oh, you're king. If I kill you, I get your nation's worth of stuff then. Which I'm pretty sure is a philosophy Karia would agree with.
yeah, at least not. Well, no, not anymore.
Not anymore. Old Karia would agree with that. Again,
Old Karia would
that
agree
makes
with
sense.
that.
You kill me, you get my stuff. I died.
It makes sense. I just did that with the Troglodytes.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
But yes, continue.
But I can never guarantee that that is the truth or not. I'm very aware that I've come closer to death than most of you. Several times I've been knocking at its door, and it is yet to take me. Now, I say this with absolute confidence. I have no qualms of dying. I am on the path that I most believe. I will not sway from that path. If I die doing it, that is okay. But if there comes a time that I lose myself, that the deep takes hold, well, Vair and I have already discussed. We would want you to put us down, if there is no other options.
Vair actually cranes his neck up where he's lying down next to Karia and says, in now fluent English, or English common. What's in England?
What?
In now fluent common, as he seems to have been practicing. I would rather you guys remember me as your friend, and my brother and I as we were, than as monsters.
Never again will we allow something to control our path. Or our destiny, whatever that may mean.
The devil
That's why I would not say. Yes.
called us slaves. And she was right. That's how we grew up. Or that's how my brother did. I grew up to be another chattel for Orthos. I never want to be a slave again. To the Deep, to Orthos, anybody.
See,
Sure in that sentiment.
yeah, see, you turning into that creature again, that's what I'm most worried about. I'm sure quite a few of us are too. But let it be known that, as much as I want to beat the devil out of you again, the last thing I want is to run you through with my rapier.
Yes.
Because while I might not want that thing around, I feel it's pretty obvious to say, but we kind of need you around, Karia, and you as well, Vair. Both of you bring something to this group that I don't think I've seen a lot in other people.
You have our word. Looks at
Good.
Karia, then at Vair. And then when she looks to Vair, she says, and I'm proud of your pronunciations.
Thank you. I've been
Yes,
working on
he's been practicing.
it. The lisp is
Yeah,
difficult. The lisp was difficult.
Yes,
Lisp.
the draconic lisp.
Yes.
Your
'cause
tongue.
Draconic
Oh.
is Draconic itself is like a bunch of crocodilian hisses.
Yeah.
It involves a lot of use of the back of your throat and the tongue. So getting used to not like going all the time is difficult when you're switching languages. Also, the fact that he doesn't have lips.
Yeah,
He doesn't have lips.
Before we move on, and Vair, I would ask you if there was anything you'd wish to share, but prior, if you would allow me, one final thing.
He nods.
When we all first met, in that frigid frozen hellscape of the north, and I declared myself my desire for kingship, I will admit, I did not see you more as anything than stepping stones. All of you. And then you all saved our lives. In that cave. Where we may have been bound, lost to eternal madness. And the gods above, or the devils below, whomever may be watching, very certainly we would not want to become the monster that we saw beneath, like that devil. But we will be returning to the north. I don't know when. We are in search of that fabled place. And now, if we are to find the cradle of dragons, the birthplace of those who once lorded over me, the birthplace of my brother's kin, and as much as I dislike it, partially my own. it will be dangerous. And it is a personal matter. A personal matter that I would not drag you all into were you not aware of the risks that would come with it. So when that time comes, when Stanislav responds and there is concrete evidence, there is a direction that I may travel, I will return. And I will arrive to the Irul-Makiavai, not as a dragon, but as a man. And I may die. I hold no illusions to that. Whatever now lurks there is powerful, and nearly cost me and Vark, if I remember correctly, our lives, simply by revoking their power. If you would not join me, I tell you all now that, well, there is no hard feeling, I believe is the term. I would rather you step away if your convictions are not my own. Not out of hate or of malice, but because there is nothing more precious that you can give in this life than your own. And I am willing to die to see that kingdom established, to welcome in the outcasts, the downtrodden, and the defeated, just as I was, just as Vair was. And if that is not your fight, then I would not ask of you to die for it. Nor would I forgive myself if any of you were to fall for my cause, if you did not truly believe that it could be one, that you could see one day, standing along with the rest of us.
Well, you can't become king if you're dead, so don't be so quick to make that promise.
I don't intend to die, but I am not a fool in knowing that the path I walk is one that is rife with death. I take no pleasure in killing, Siren. If we are being open and candid, I lament and mourn the loss of every life I've ever had to take. I may bluster and bluster, and I may throw my weight around, and I've accepted that this is true, but I do it more out of a mercy. My hope, at the very least, that some of them will lay down their weapons, that some of them will surrender. And I have been blessed with the fact that some do, and some go on to live, and I did not have to take their lives. But others don't. Many don't. And I mourn and lament each of them. From the bare-fisted man who beat me to a bloody pulp outside of Vark's tower, or to that troglodyte lord, champion, warrior, aspirant, whatever they may be. Given the option, I would have spared them both. But they had sworn their lives to their beliefs.
Precisely. Just like you were unafraid to die for what you wanted, they were the same.
Indeed.
Oh, I get it now. You intimidate not to control others, but out of mercy.
Well, no, at the beginning it was absolutely to step on the backs of the weak. I will not deny that. The troglodytes were a very bad example. But now, now, after speaking with the previous chief of the troglodytes, I realized that might and ruling without mercy, or frankly, ruling with an iron boot, it's not the way I wish to lead. Though the scales on my face and my body are prevalent, I am no dragon, nor do I want to be. I'm a man, and I intend to rule as a man, and I will die as a man when the time comes.
I think it's good.
But if you would all,
I think it's good you realize this, because Karya, beneath the 7 feet of humanoid that I see before me, I see a very soft heart. And I don't think you'd be happy ruling the kind of people that attitude would have drawn to you.
Indeed. I realized very quickly that I was becoming my father, and I believe that that is an issue entirely on my own. But, aside from that, I have nothing more to say. Oh, we are being honest. Looks to Bayer. Looks to Siren. Looks to Bayer. Never mind.
Oh, right. He's got the hots for you, Siren.
Ah!
What?
You guys can
Nothing.
sort-
Have
you-
I
you-
what?
He's a liar.
You two can sort that out.
Bayer is lying.
No, it's time for being honest.
I hate you.
I know. And I love you.
Flick, if Siren is sitting next to him, he just kind of nudges his shoulder and says, "Go get him, Tiger."
You guys can,
Excuse me. I'm going to face this way now. She
I'm going to face
faces the
this
wall
way.
and her ears turn red.
you two can
Continue the conversation. I think it's Vox's turn.
I think you
It
two
was-
can
it
have
was,
that have that out in private. But right, yeah.
Raises.
Skills were
Tycho,
pretty, I
take.
apologize.
Tycho lifts some her tea. Thank me for. You're welcome for that shawl, by the way.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, thank you. You.
I think saved your
Yes.
life like twice now. Twice?
3 times.
Yes, where I failed to.
No,
Indeed,
you did
Chaco,
not
thank you
fail.
for the shawl.
You did not fail, Siren. You simply were attending to people who needed it more. And frankly, as I said, not wishing to speak down to you all, I can take a hit far better than the rest of you.
Look at you. You built like a brick shit house.
But he still bleeds.
Yes, I've
so
been-
yeah. I'm relying on all of you, not just Siren, all of you to keep this lung alive. But
Yes. And what we discussed in the bath, Vair, stays in the bath. We had agreed on that.
he chuckles in a little hissy laugh as he says, but seriously, I want to live. I don't know if it's something about how we grew up in the cave, or if it's the deep infection or something. I don't know. Whatever this is. But I never really... I got some of the impulses that dragons have, like eating coins and gems and stuff like that. It still tastes like gourmet food to me, but the ambition never really stuck with me. That's why I was more than happy to just follow Arya. But more and more as we've been going around, I've been seeing what the world has to offer and everything that's out here outside the cave, and as I do that more and more, I'm realizing I want to be happy and I want to enjoy the beauties of the surface world. I want to be able to have kids someday if I can. I want to settle down, I want to have a clutch, I want to have my own roost. And I want to be able to do that without dooming everything around me. So, back there with the devil, I was very close to admitting that I'd be okay if I died. Because then that would potentially mean Karya would be free of the curse. Because as it's become more and more apparent, the only reason he's like this is because of me. And because he formed a bond with me. And if I died, he'd be free of that. And he'd have none of the problems that I worry about. But I also know his perspective on life is different from mine. I want to smell the roses and enjoy the finer things in life. He wants to pursue his ambition. And if I died, he'd only blame himself. So, like brothers should, I want to help him, and I know he'll help me. And we'll find a way to be happy together. Even if life takes us in different directions. I want us both to be happy. To see our ambitions fulfilled. Mine is one day to have a mate, a clutch of children. They'll roll around in a big meadow full of wildflowers. That's when I'll know
Oh.
my dream came true. when I can roll in the sun and enjoy the purest beauties of life. So yeah.
And if we continue good terms with Lorbus, perhaps we can get some flowers shipped in on the mountains. I don't know if they'll grow, but magic exists.
Not only the flowers, they are very pretty, but they're very tasty too.
Oh yes, I remember. The sweet... Chico, quick, where are the cookies?
No!
Bloody
wait.
hell, not this again.
Wait, first we should check if we've gotten to everyone. Has Holo Holo come back yet?
No, it hasn't. Also, I think the only person that hasn't been attended to yet is
Bark,
Vark.
yeah.
It's Holo
Barky
Holo.
boy.
It's all
Well,
Vark has
well,
not
if I
spoken
could-
specifically yet. He's not opened up.
Well, if I could levy something to our friend Karia real quick.
Hmm?
It's a little nugget of wisdom my father shared with me. No, prior to him dying.
Something I'm lacking, so please.
It was a simple little bit of nugget of wisdom. It's something I know. It's something I noticed that you were talking about. How you try to intimidate your enemies into laying down their arms and, making the fight easier for themselves. They intimidate via mercy. Well, my father told me that mercy is the mark of a great man.
Well, I try to be.
I'm just saying.
Hmm.
Mercy is the mark of a great man.
Well, I'll take it. Thank you, Slick. Formerly captain of the Navy of the Empire that I do not rule, but
Yeah, I was about to kind of check in before they hatch.
yeah,
I'd
that's
say worry about.
now you are free.
I'd worry about court positions once you actually have a court to occupy.
Yes,
Oh, hell, if we have a court to even build.
Yeah.
Yes, I must admit that in my youth I was rather brash. Actually, that's not entirely true. I was quite timid, and how do I put this without entirely destroying all facet of?
Wingardius Cannon.
Let's see.
I-
Let me make a slight out of character joke right here. Super strong guy finds a bunch of people, basically points at them and says, "You are this, you are this, you are this, you are this in my court of kingship." Gets on a boat, goes off, dreams of being king. Dreamin', don't give it up.
I hate you.
Oh my
I
god.
hate you so much. I hate you so much.
Okay.
But I will now commission an animation for the
Luffy
One Piece rap.
Orthos.
Luffy Orthos.
Anyways, in my youth, I was many things. I was scrawny, and I was timid, and I spoke to an egg in a backpack for a good several years. Yes, that was by you.
Piggy.
And well, by your spirit kept me company and even defended me at many junctures, which I still can't fully explain, nor would I even attempt to, because frankly, magic is something that I am still coming to terms with actually having in the first place.
Magic is really weird.
I agree, and frankly, I'm not even getting into that. I can do this now, as he snaps his fingers and a purple fire ignites on his hand, apparently, and quelches it with his fists. But details.
Funny, I guess stranger things happen in this, but coincidentally, I think in my youth, I always wanted to be some kind of, sorceress or casting type, I don't know, maybe some sort of warlock or something. I always wanted to be something like that and maybe have a little pseudo dragon as a pet.
Well, see, yes, I have been told that this is actually quite common for many people to see the world with a dragon at their side and all of that, and well, I will admit it got to my head a little bit when I was a kid, and I started planning, because I was fresh out of the clutch at 19, with a freshly dead father, and, well, looks around, looking for any wood, knocks on it, okay, yes, well, hopefully a dead father, and,
Let's hope
yes,
that-
it may be a
let's hope
little,
he abides
maybe a
by
little
the
hasty.
knock on wood rule.
Yes, I hope.
It's funny, as Freya actually does that in real life.
I do. I do. But anyways, I will admit.
How to be young and stupid.
Yes, in fact, we shared a profession, Flick, for some time. As I said, I've been very open about it. I sailed with dwarven pirates, and I also have eaten people, and I've done quite.
Okay, first of all, going past the whole eating people thing, we never addressed that. Second of all, you were a Yucatan pirate?
Yes, I unintentionally.
You were with the blokes of Yucatan.
Unintentionally, I was unaware that piracy was wrong, and
Bloody
yes.
hell! You should have stuck around.
Well, they
Might have run into each other at some point.
Well, indeed, we may very well have, as I've seen them with their giant flamethrowers burning through the ice glaciers or something like that. I wasn't
a beauty.
Oh, the crackers.
I wasn't topside
the
much.
Ice crackers.
Indeed, I did. I was unaware that it was not only wrong and immoral, but illegal.
Well,
illegal, schmillegal.
It's not illegal in Yucatan. There, it's encouraged.
Yes, indeed. Well, yes, that is true. But yeah.
Illegal, schmillegal, do whatever you wanted.
Mallory
yes,
has his hands covering his face. Interesting.
He said crime. No, I didn't see any crime. What? Yes,
see no evil.
See no evil.
He's
but
going.
Yes, no. Yes, Hollow Hollow actually quite reminded me of myself to an extent. I had even a relatively large sum of gold, which I stuffed into my pack when I left Orthos' brood, and even some magical trinkets. I've kept a few. Wiggles his finger with a ring. But I've lost most of that fortune. And admittedly, I hold on to some of those aspirations that I had when I was young. Granted, that was only...
Explains why they let you onto their ship.
Well, yes, they robbed me blind, and then they eventually abandoned me in Haven because they realized that you had hatched, and I wasn't actually lying when I said I was descended from dragons, and they realized that that could paint a target on their back, and, well, that, and I wasn't necessarily very good at doing anything other than standing there and looking scary, especially when I had my growth spurt. Yes, and that's, quite frankly, all I did. And come to think of it, I don't even believe they paid me. I believe I was a slave, again. But I thought that's how the world worked.
Double crossed and marooned. Bloody hell, Carrie. We got more in common than I thought.
Maria actually speaks like these. I mean, of all the places to be marooned, Haven is hardly the worst, but still, yeah, that's about on par with what the dwarves would do. They don't let people on their island. So they would probably drop you off at the first stop, the last stop before they then made a direct trip home. So, honestly, I'm surprised they let you on the boat to begin with, but the amount of gold you had on you combined with the beefiness and naivete you displayed probably smelled like liquid gold to the captain.
Sounds like they fleeced you, mate.
Well, like I said, make your mistakes early. Now you know. So.
Indeed. Anyways, Vark, it is your turn, and I have a question to ask you, actually.
Very well, go ahead.
You've retrieved your birthright, and you've arrived in this nation now as a student of the Quadranon, and moreover, well, you've returned home. What remains, indeed, is to bring your master back to life. What will you do after?
Kind of leans forward in his chair, steeples his fingers together. I don't know. Maybe I'll travel wherever the wind takes me. I surely have to finish my research regarding you and Voyeur. So if nothing else, I will stick around for a while. Maybe I'll help you with your nation. But aside from that, he pulls his hands together now, leans back in his chair. Over the last few weeks and months, you've come to know a lot more about me, I would wager. So I will not bother you with the long version of everything. That being said, once again, I come from the Shadow Plane. A place where material does not exist as you know it. I did not have a body as you would call it. I had a shape, and that was it. The Shadow Plane is a bleak place in more ways than one. There exists no color, there exists no emotion as a whole. There's an absence of feeling. Prior to arriving on this plane, I'd never experienced joy, happiness, excitement, but neither did I experience fear, or sadness, or anger. Imagine yourself numb to everything. But the only sensation you can really feel is as if your body is made of wax, unfeeling and cold. That the sensation of a blade being driven in your gut is as simple as a finger prodding you on the cheek. I watched my mother get devoured by angry spirits, and I didn't feel a thing. So believe me when I say I would never want to go back there willingly if I can help it. Your world is wholly alien to me. And despite everything that we have encountered, all the countless ways in which we could have died, I find myself in awe every single day. I get to meet new people, I get to see new things, experience them, feel them. I've lived a lifetime's worth of days, stuck in a cold, unfeeling hell. To me, everything about you, about this world, is beautiful. And I wouldn't trade it for the world. I don't have much to share outside of that. The devil wanted to make use of my lack of affection in my life. Wanted to manipulate me into desiring matriarchal affection from Lydia. And though I am eternally grateful for her, and I will gladly do everything in my power to bring her back, I'm more than content with simply being a student. As far as I'm concerned, I've already gotten everything I wanted and more. From now on, it's simply taken every day. Crossing the bridge once we get to it. So no, I have no grand plans or goals aside from bringing my master back to life. Once that is done, I will listen to what she wants, And barring that, I will wander the world to explore more of it. And aside from that, I'm more than happy to simply help you in your regards.
That's very sweet.
Indeed. I appreciate that.
Sounds like
There is much of the world for you to know.
It sounds like, as a collective, you all individually have a grand or multiple goals that you wish to see fulfilled. You've already, as a group, seen to the fulfillment of one of those. I have no doubt in my mind that together you will be able to do everything you set out to do, with time to spare. Honestly, I'm a little jealous. But it's fleeting. I have my place I belong. I have the people I belong. And if I lost one of them, Strip, I still have many people who I hold dear. One of whom, actually, as a matter of fact, Chaiko, when we get back, you may wish to speak to.
Or she'll face towards Lydia.
I didn't mention her because she was, she's not much of a people person, despite having a great affection for many of the people in the palace and the king himself. But she comes from the Titan's Arm too. You may like to talk to her. She feels homesick sometimes.
How long has she been with you?
When did she join?
It's been more than 2 years.
Just about that, actually. No, more like a year and a half.
Chaiko's eyes widen a bit. I see.
She's an interesting type. I think you two might get along. You both have peculiarities about you that I think none of us can really understand. Not truly. But I'm glad you all have found people, even if you don't fully trust each other yet.
Right.
I think you can all take each other all the way. That's rare. That is a very rare gift.
Well, we're not all here.
That's true.
Holo Holo is missing.
Speaking of which, let's
Right, that Holo Holo hasn't come back yet.
let's shift lens for a moment.
Holo Holo is in another grave. A crypt,
Oh
sorry,
my
dying
God.
again.
Yes.
Didn't learn the first time.
How did you
Holo
know?
Holo
Second
no
time.
flipped
Went
through
back to the
ground
same
into
one.
Genesis world.
How did you know?
So, shifting perspective from as the lens zooms out and then coasts over the skyline of Rubido, cast in the blood red of the evening, as shops close up for the day, windows shutter, drinking starts to hit its peak in the streets as bars come to life. Even downstairs in the inn, a little bit of noise is kicking up through the floorboards as the tavern below is filling with patrons, all chatting and singing and slamming their mugs on the table. However, our perspective goes to the beach line, just by the dock, underneath one of the tall, strutted piers. Stands a dark-skinned, fair-haired man, pair of spectacles sitting on on the bridge of his nose, in contemplation by the shore ridge. Holo Holo. You are attempting to commune.
Indeed.
Now, it doesn't take much, and in fact, while you're partway through your contemplation, your other familiar comes trotting up to you. Having an innate sense for where you are, finds you with relative ease. So, he is panting when he gets there. Very short legs. Very quickly tells you. A bit out of breath, the cobbles are harsh on his feet. But he made it.
Aw.
He said that the others are missing you. And they're talking about some really uncomfortable stuff. So, you're probably going to need a fill-in later from them, because that'd be really awkward if they know all this stuff about each other and you don't know any of the stuff yourself. Probably for the best, you know. Also, something about like sharing your vulnerabilities, so like other devils in the future or something can't take advantage of it. Whatever.
I would say I would send you to go back and tell them what I was about to say, but then I remembered you can't communicate with them.
Last time I did that, Shale got.
You blew up.
I literally blew up, and then Shale put me in timeout for like a really long time.
Well, here's hoping she doesn't do that to me. I need to talk to her.
And that Lolo speaks up and says, "Let's get started then." She parks herself in front of you, parking her hindquarters in the gravelly sand underneath the pier. Sit by the water. Submerge yourself in it, even if partially. Even if the wave only comes up to meet you every now and again, you must have contact with the ocean. Then simply think of her. As Lolo will then leap into your arms. And you must keep contact with me. I am your connection to me.
Sounds easy enough.
Drop me and I bite you.
I held you for the entire time in the tower anyways.
Yes, you did a very good job of being my steed.
Being my steed.
I'm so tempted. Anyway.
So, yep.
Well, holding Lolo, and you know, Holo's actually going to try to get as deep as he can, to where maybe to the point where he's completely submerged.
Right. Akka follows. As when you get about chest deep, as you wade into the frigid evening water, he then swims along after you, and then latches onto your shoulder, so throwing his four legs over your shoulders, so he's sort of like, what do you call it? Thrown over your shoulder in a way. As you descend into the ocean water. Eventually, you reach the point where your hair is suspended, as if without gravity, float, gently rocked back and forth by the evening tide. In your mind, Lolo speaks. Think of her. Think of her. Close your eyes. We'll see if she takes notes.
And Holo will begin doing so. And instead of like a physical form or anything like that, it's just a current of water.
It takes a couple minutes before you feel any sort of shift. Then you feel almost like a claw of some kind reaches up from the depths. You're not that deep in the ocean though. And then wraps around you, draws you down.
Are you telling me I just got Manus a hand?
Hold is gentle, but it's
Okay.
firm. Feel yourself dropping for a while. Stops. You no longer feel the weight of Lolo in your arms, nor the weight of Aka on your shoulder. But you do hear Lolo's voice.
Oh shit.
She says, "Now open your eyes."
Yeah, I'll and then Holo will do that.
Your eyes open to a lightless abyss. The very bottom of a trench. Next to the ocean. Which you know to either figuratively or literally be the home of Shale, mother of the deep. Not the deep like Lucaria, but the deep ocean. She is every aquatic animal's hunger. She is the predatory instinct, but she is also the nurturing mother. The kind sea breeze. The kelp that now wraps around the form of a voluptuous woman floating at your side. She looks like an older version of what you imagine you would be if you were a woman. Almost.
Isn't that Lolo actually? Because I remember
Yes.
we had a scene like this before.
Yes.
Mhm.
If you had an older sister, this is what she'd look like. And next to her is a very young-looking boy, likewise swathed in kelp and seaweed. And you see that look in his eye, and you know that's Paka as well. He looks like if you had a younger brother. They bob there in the currentless depth of the ocean. You feel no need to breathe here, whether aquatic or otherwise.
Interesting. Is it like I'm still surrounded by water, or is it just like a complete fucking abyss? Like there's nothing like.
You feel that sensation of water on your skin, but none of the pressure that being this deep would put on you. Still, you see no sunlight coming from above, but can still weirdly see. It's a paradox. You can see far out into the dark, but there's no light. You feel no need to breathe, and you don't feel the crush of the ocean on you. Yet you're this deep.
I take it she's listening.
One second. Remember,
Is it voice changer time?
No.
And then we hear
God.
Quest go, hello.
God no. Also,
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Ada.
No, it's Markiplier. No.
Hello, everybody.
Everybody, my name.
Oh, well,
fine. We
it's
haven't. I believe you threw it at me quite early. A bunch of potential art for sure.
yeah, it was like very, very early on, like a long time ago.
Long. Campaign far, far away.
In a galaxy far, far away.
On an island far, far away.
I think if you guys sent it in DMs, there's a way to search media
Yeah,
in
no,
Discord
I
DMs.
I found has image.
Oh, yep.
So- Broken Link. Right. Back during the days when we first met. Is the key?
Oh, I found them.
You did.
Yeah.
I haven't thought about Isaki in a while. Holy
talking
shit.
About, talking about Titan's Arm, people.
Yeah, I was gonna say like a while ago that sometimes I regret switching out Isaki because I feel like it would have been very interesting having Isaki interact with Chaiko sometimes, but that's about it. Yeah.
I still like Hello Hello.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
I think I found them.
Yeah, I'm just gonna post the two that I had.
One day, I might get art made of her.
Side eye.
Hmm. I can tell you right now, if I had a more replete bank book, I would be commissioning art of a bunch of NPCs rather than just making do with face claims. But instead, I just stick to getting art made of main characters. Right, I'm a bit quiet. I'll turn up my game a little bit. Hopefully that's better. I'm also gonna bring the mic just a tad closer. There, nice and crisp.
That sounds like ASMR now.
I mean, there's a reason people use the Blue Yeti for ASMR.
Oh, you have Blue Yeti mic?
Yeah, I got it as a gift for Christmas.
Damn, you
Oh.
fancy.
Hey.
I could not stop gushing about it when I got it. It's a genuinely great mic with a bunch of options on it. Anyway,
I mean, hey, deserved.
My potential ASMR career aside, I'm going to go ahead and
Shabba-ba-ba-ba.
There we go.
Moving
upload
on.
This fucking picture to it. It popped up on stream just a minute ago, because for some reason when I opened it up from Discord, it went straight to that browser. But here I'm going to share it with so everybody can see it. And I'm going to open the image on stream so people can see it. If only the fucking sheet would load. There we go. If you want to see a bigger resolution, I would recommend when the sheet comes up to right-click and then open image in new tab.
Oh, wow.
God, motherfucking damn.
Okay, that's not a very good resolution, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to open that shit up.
It's very small.
It's very small. For some reason, when I downloaded it into PNG format, it decided to reduce the resolution.
Weird. I might be able to do a little sneaky. It floats a thingy. Can you open it again on or is it somewhere?
You should be able to open it on the sidebar there.
What would it be?
It's at the very top.
Under
Charlotte?
Yeah, at the very top.
Yeah,
Oh.
Charlotte.
Some of these images I sent you for her or like some like aquatic theme shit was like shit straight out of r/thalassophobia.
Oh yeah. Basically,
It's
we have a
not
bunch of
the
options
greatest.
for different aspects of her. But this is the aspect that appears before you, Hello Hello. As what some might refer to as Ananta Sheshta, the infinite serpent. It would have been called in, I believe, Hindu mythology, a giant serpent that dwells within the ocean.
The big fucking Naga King, yeah.
Yeah. Something comparable to the map.
Obligatory SDP reference.
Yeah. SCP-3000, yes, I'm well familiar with it. But yes, Russian is witchcraft. Yes, it is. The being that emerges from the deep leaves no wake, no ripples, no eddies as it moves, but it still rushes with a force that could grind down mountains in moments. As it shoots upwards past you, and then coils back around, and then in a twist, a spiral, twirls around itself before then righting Still, there is more length to that bioluminescent body that continues ever further down into the depth, like a never-ending coil of rope. But before you now, almost wrapped in herself, is a gaze you've only seen once, maybe twice in a dream. And now again. Luminous yellow eyes, like the light of an anglerfish. Hair, like the umbrella of a jellyfish. Fins like that of some of the greatest monstrous sea serpents of the inner sea. It is rumored, to the point of being well known back where you're from, that the creatures that dwell within that ocean, those monstrous, murderous serpents and fish, may very well be her descendants, or at the very least, powered by her. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, Matt, you might want to
Daddy's
mute.
toy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Addie's found a way to make.
Alphabet toy.
I apologize. Sorry, Addie has this toy, right? And she has learned how to make it louder. I did not. I've completely tuned it out, so I could not hear it. I'm sorry. I'm gonna mute.
Addie's over here making YouTube poops while we're having emotional moments.
She really does, though.
Yeah.
She remixes them. It's so funny.
It's cool.
Alright, I'm
She's
gonna
gonna be a
mute.
DJ one day, I just know it.
Well, I one time looked at my child because she has so many musical toys, and those are her favorite ones. I said, "If you're not the next Stevie Wonder,
Ooh.
I'm gonna be mad."
But yes.
Anyways,
This great ocean mother, the lady who gave you your familiars to accompany you, and those familiars who gave you the secrets to witchcraft, taught you the curses that you say, and the spells, and the alchemy you've learned, the many potions that have helped you and your allies along the way, healed you, but also the poisons you've crafted. All knowledge passed along from her. It's your mother, Shale, the great predator of the deep. And she floats before you and says nothing. You get the impression of expectation, curiosity, waiting.
Well, that saved me time. Thought I'd have to goad you out.
Feeling of irritation, expectation.
Now, I believe you're aware of what I just experienced up on the surface world. Some entity, devil, whatever they call them, tried to offer me a deal.
Further irritation.
Don't worry. It wasn't the least bit tantalizing, at least for me. But it did spark something that I'm rather curious about. How the hell does the devil know more about my past than myself? That's my first question.
There's a momentary feeling of impression of confusion. And then it shifts back to irritation.
I know I'm from a bloody land. That's much I know. But other than that, that's all I know. That's all I know. I have a feeling you can add a little bit more to that. And another curiosity.
Lolo speaks in your ear and says, "Be careful with her. Be to the point."
I thought I was being to the point.
You're being flowery in your language. Just ask her.
Ari's rubbed off on me. Anyways,
Heard that in the ether, you dickhead.
you dickhead.
Just rumbling
Oh.
from the ocean above. You did. Yeah. Continue.
Then more simply, what are my origins? And two, why did you save me?
The face comes closer. Expression doesn't change, though the feeling in the water does. If she was capable of expressions, either she chooses not to, or sees no need to. But the impression in the water is one of, first, slowly simmering anger. Then it cools, like a volcanic vent beneath the ocean floor. And instead, a loop of her massive tail comes around, wrap around you. You feel strange sensations, octopus suckers, tendrils and ciliae from other oceanic creatures, fins, tendrils, until eventually your whole body is swallowed and embraced. And then you find yourself without a body. And you find yourself in a very foreign land. You specifically find yourself just above the level of the water. Of somewhat familiar sea. What immediately becomes apparent to you is this is the inland sea. The one teeming with monsters to the east of your island home. The one that provides a merciful barrier from the many extremely dangerous sources of strife across it. It's a blessing and a curse. You know that much, as the creatures bar most ships from being able to cross the surface without suffering Shale's wrath, but also bars them from the opportunity of exploring new nations and faraway lands. But the impression you get of the ocean here, you see giant, monstrous eels, massive sunfish that cut through the water. You see down below, in perfect clarity, through water that must be thousands of feet deep, giant squids and other more exotic creatures blessed with various natural magics. Their proximity to Shale must make them most formidable indeed. And whenever your gaze shifts to one of these creatures, you get an impression of approval, almost affection, as they hunt one another. They swallow fish whole, they rip apart their competitors, they vie for territory, they attack with claw and bite and sting and poison and the never-ending cycle of predator and prey. And Shale looks upon it all with tacit approval. Time seems to progress a little bit. Then, as the gaze shifts to the seashore, though the gaze shifts in a direction you would not expect. It's a coastline you don't recognize, but it's one occupied by two people. One is a culture of elvish people. They're simple folk. They fish on the shore, they harvest grain on the land, and they're strange. You get another impression, this time of confusion and curiosity, but also revulsion. They tread on the earth, they live there, and how can they bear to do that? Such strange alien creatures walking around on legs. Then the other nation, a tribe of what you see to be frog people. You know of them, the Gripply. They're a very rare people these days. They're known for their poison production, for their ruthless ambush tactics. But here they're living similar lives to what the elves are. They fish off the docks, they go on dugout canoes onto the ocean. Notice the elves don't do that. They don't dare progress further into the ocean. They barely leave their dock, if at all. And the moment there's a ripple in the water, they retreat away. Their catches are poor. The frog people, they spend so much time swimming in the water, let alone riding around in dugout canoes, little fishing boats. And they take in impressive hauls, but most importantly, something that you notice, not because you were looking for it, but for whatever's eyes you're looking out of, pay special attention to it as they take one of their large sunfish they've just brought up onto the boat, carve a large piece off, chop it into chunks, throw it back into the water. And Shale's children swarm and feed. And this sparks a new feeling. An urge, first approval, as the relations of the more like some of the creatures in the sea are rumored to be intelligent. Now you know for a fact that they are, because they start treating the frogs differently from the elves. They begin leaving them alone, or in some cases chasing schools of fish into their harbors. While when the elves come out onto the water, if they come out any further than the docks, one of the monsters inevitably, well, does what a hunter does, what a predator does, catches prey. And so the relationship with the frogs with Shale's children ever enriches, and the relations with the elves sour. You notice the bitterness on the elves' faces, resentment, jealousy. To you, it's strange. Why do they not simply hunt better, or intuit the same things that the frogs did? Surely this should be a model of survival of the fittest. If they are thriving because of their practices, they should stop whatever practices they're doing. Perhaps farming is a fool's errand and they should commit more to the water. The water is plenty. The water is thriving with life. The water is where competition is, and where the strong prevail. And so it continues. Until one day, time progresses and you see something begin to manifest over the growing elven nation. They still thrive in their own way, but now they fear the water. They call it something you don't understand in their language. They come to fear and hate you, while the frogs love you. And you see a red haze begin to gather over the nation. Every day it thickens and drops and hangs like a veil, till eventually every elf carries a stench, clotted blood. Their temple steps run rich with it. They venerate a god of rain now, one who washes clean the temple steps, fills artificial holes in the ground with fresh water. They've even developed rituals that convert the blood that drips down the temple steps from their sacrifices, so much meat wasted, to fresh, pure, sanctified water. The blood of sacrifices turned to holy vitae. And ever further, you feel them drift away. And then on one day, you barely even notice it, as your attention is always more on the happenings on the water and in it and below it. The ocean is so very vast and requires so much attention. It's strange to even put this much time into observing the surface of all things. There's so much more happening beneath. And then when next time you look, so many of the frogs are dead. Even those whose secrets, who you have passed the secrets down to. Like you yourself, Hollow Hollow, they were inspired by her. Never coddled, never nurtured. But she still passed her secrets to them. And with that new knowledge, they thrived in their own way. She taught them what it meant to live as predators, and they took that to heart. And they thrived. Now they were dead. So many of them. Some survived. They retreated into the swamplands and further, or onto the water, but were eventually assailed by arrows and magic. And if they could not defend themselves, then you weren't going to do that for them. Still, many survived on land. They retreated into small clans, hidden away with their intimate knowledge of the landscape. And with your help, through the blessings you passed through their familiars, they fought back in their own way. But still, the elves claimed much of the eradicated land. They pushed out the Gripply and overtook their lands, claiming it for their own, and even began doing something strange to the land beyond the shore, carving trenches that spanned miles. So far, you couldn't see it, as your influence does not extend beyond the shore, and as such, all you could do is watch from a distance. And then they let loose the floodgates, and soon the land, which was once wild, became tame. The vast Zinokache irrigation project turned the land stretching across the shore into tame farmland for miles. Shale's influence, your influence over that area grew even weaker. But still, there were holdouts of Gripply. They waited. They bid their time. And then a coven saw an opportunity. For the first time ever, they besought your intervention. And with your mounting anger, the bloody pall holding over the elves and what they had done, what they were doing, for the first time ever, you found yourself angry. So you took their pleas. And you accepted. And all at once, your perspective shifts to one of rushing water, as seawater hits a gate and slams through it, shattering it. And like that, with the dam broken, the water only continues to pick up momentum as more and more seawater pushes through, and you feel you don't even need to push anymore. The pure weight of the ocean flows behind you, slamming through hastily put together fortifications, as it would seem that the elves, after pushing out the Gripply, did not see the need to install hefty dams to keep their water pure. And as seawater crushed through the irrigation system, turning it all to brackish, salty, inhospitable marshland, eventually you found your end destination, breaking through the last dam into one of their so coveted sweetwater lakes, and ruining that too. Thus, the country, or not even country at this point, the stretch of land known as the Salt Run was born. A massive, salty mangrove marsh where wild creatures reign and the Gripply live in secluded clans. They had taken back their home. It was a Pyrrhic victory, but a victory nonetheless, as now all the breadbasket that they had cultivated was denied to the elves, and they were backed up against the mountains where the orcs lived, pushed up against their one last good body of water, fresh water, and all around them was nothing but enemies, where they had made over the generations of spiting others, let alone the Feywild rift to their south. They were truly trapped. And so Shale looked up at the Xenokache elves and the path they had taken and the god they had taken upon themselves with nothing but spite. Time once more progresses as things slow down in pace and speed up temporally. And you see a dark-skinned elven woman with a basket, and a babe swaddled in cloth, approaching the shoreline. Out of sight, hidden in a thicket of lush jungle trees, mangroves, and lowering it into the water, and then pushing it so that it may float out to the inner sea and be consumed by the monsters therein. And as it floats further out, you'll be able to see the creature better. It is not quite like the others, maybe affected by proximity to you. It is a baby with the markers of a predator. Sharp teeth, rough scales across the back of its hands. You feel, for the first time in a very long time, something like what you felt when you looked at the Gripply. And so, a hand gently comes up, little more than a current in the water, than an actual physical hand, but then firmly grasps the bottom of the basket, and as it retreats and guides it towards a foreign shore, down a river, into an inland sea, where a small island rests. You guide it there, still within your influence, still under your watchful eye, but never meddling. It comes to rest against the island shore. The ones that live there pick it up, and they spend the next generation raising it. And then your perspective goes back again, and it happens over and over. Babes offered to the ocean, and through your own spite, as you gaze up at the elves and hate, you continue to deny them. And over time, eventually, the last one you see is a small babe with blonde hair, which ends in little barbs. You guide him too. He comes to rest upon the shores of the island. They take him in. Others like him take him in. And like others before him, you offer a piece of yourself. As a little capybara forms from the ocean wake, trots onto land, and connects with the boy. And then you're back in the abyss. Jale's luminous yellow eyes, level with yours, but bigger, each one bigger than your entire body.
So saved out of spite.
A feeling of not assent, but ambivalence. My images flash through your mind of your fight versus the wyvern, killing it, cooking it. Images of crafting poisons, fighting the winter patron, expelling it. All of them flashing through your mind, then followed by an impression of approval.
Mm.
And then Lolo is in your ear and says, "She saved you because she wanted to. She saved you because she seems to think for a moment and says, she wants you to live and thrive. And not be denied that by the bloodthirsty elves who denied you even the chance at growing up to be a proper predator."
Huh.
It's weird because any other
Not what I
creature,
expected.
any other creature, any child, whether it be a stillbirth or an abandoned baby, she would have let be. I don't think she wants you to take any particular umbrage or even take up a war against these elves. I'm sure she'd be more than happy if you somehow managed to topple that whole nation. I think she
I
just
don't know. I
wants to-
think Kari would find it fun. Good attitude, Kingdom.
I don't know, man. But I think more than anything, she wants you to live.
Well, that's a nice sentiment.
And there's a ringing feeling of more approval passing through the water.
There's one other reason I came here for.
Curiosity.
I did send you a message, by the way.
Oh.
I take it you read it? Okay.
Yes. You might have to jog my memory why exactly you would want to say that.
Let me pin the message real quick, because we did talk about it a bit. Let me find it. Okay, it's right here. Pin. There we go. Or did I get the?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Got it.
Okay.
Chale's eyes narrow ever so slightly, like the lens on a bullseye lantern. The light shining from her eyes restricts and tightens and intensifies. She praises you. And then there's a feeling of acceptance, followed by her face coming even closer, and then her mouth wide and stretched, cheeks split to reveal webbing and teeth long and needle-like part, the mouth of an anglerfish, and then swallowed in total darkness. Darkness is lit by a pale sapphire light. And you see down on your chest bone, swimming along the surface of your skin, is a luminous sapphire blue. It looks to be some form of fish or serpent or eel. It changes as it moves, till eventually it resembles a multi-segmented worm of some sort that then curls and twists, spirals until eventually it comes to a stop, coiled at the very center of your chest, right between where your lungs are, just below the bottom of your collarbone. And the glow fades, and you now have a tattoo of a coiled something.
A coiled, devious, mischievous little creature. Yes. Yeah.
Then you feel a moment of buoyancy, and then rush, as a couple seconds later you come up out in the real world, out of the surface of the water, now paddling atop of it.
Am I still holding, or is Paka and Lolo they're still
Lolo's
there?
still in your Lolo's still in your arms, and Paka's on your shoulder.
How long do you think we were down there for?
Ah, man, who knows? Could have been like a minute. Spirit journeys are weird.
Yeah, could have been. Anyways, I suppose we need to get back to them now. How far out am I in the sea?
Oh, you'll be like if you kick your feet, you'll be back over to the shore in no time. You didn't actually go that far out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you may have just been bobbing there in the water in the real world, and in that whole time in the abyss may have just been in your head.
Damn.
You're not crazy.
But that tattoo's there.
Oh, the tattoo is on your chest. It's hard to see with Lolo pressed up against your chest, but the moment you're on the shore and you put her down, yeah, it's right there. And has in the moonlight, as it is now evening, some hours have passed in actuality, it glitters with a faint blue, specifically around the edges of it.
You know, I expected that process to be much more painful.
It's probably going to be painful if you break the promise.
Yeah.
I have an inkling of what happens if you do, and I'm pretty sure it involves your heart being eaten.
Sounds fun.
So yeah, that ends Holloholo's communion with his patron. And, assuming it is nighttime, people have turned in for the night. And I guess Holoholo, will you be making your way back to the inn room?
Yeah.
Okay.
Talking with his Cappies along the way about how he's gonna bullshit a reason why he has a tattoo on his chest now.
Cool. How about everybody else? You guys turning in for the night?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, would we catch Holoholo up on the conversation and then possibly also ask where he was?
It depends on how late you stay up. You can potentially do that when he gets back, and it'll be close to midnight. Witching hour, even. Or you can do it in the morning.
Yeah, I think the morning.
Okay. People fall asleep. Eventually, Holo Holo does kind of sneak back into the inn. I'm going to shift the perspective one last time before we call the session.
Oh.
Siren, you don't often dream.
Oh no.
Sometimes you do. Sometimes it's a forewarning of something bad to come. Sometimes it's something a bit more soothing. This time, you awaken in a starry void, laying upon a still water floor, say, like a mirror sheen. It looks like water, and it ripples on occasion. And as you wake up and your eyes open, it looks like a pure, undisturbed ocean going out for miles. High above, the sky is lit with stars, and in the center, at the very apex of it, is a bright white moon, circled, spiraling at a speed that would not be in the real world, are the 4 moons that surround it, turning in clockwise motion. Sat next to you as you awaken, laid out on this undisturbed water, is a familiar figure. She sits, both her legs curled to her side, as she runs her hands through your hair. That same arm you saw shoot from your chest, skin colored like the last dregs of tea at the bottom of the cup. An amber brown that has a luster to it that you could barely believe might exist on any mortal skin.
Siren will take a moment to take this all in, and then, looking to her, will say, "It continues to astonish me how often you communicate with me, and how much you care. Or at least, how much it seems that you care, given what people of other faiths tell me. Why is that so?"
You look up towards Meluna, and you see her long, curled locks fall like a waterfall. And her face is sad. She looks down at you, continuing to stroke your hair, and then, for the first time, speaks to you. It's a strain to make it out at first. It feels like a mix between a shout and a whisper. Powerful, ear-throbbing, but hard to make out. Threatening to be brushed away in a wind. But eventually, your mind adjusts. Pain ebbs. She says, "I've been meaning to speak to you about that. I'm afraid I've been very unfair to you, Siren."
Oh, never. Why would you say that?
For the very same reason that so many others disbelieve when you tell them you speak with me. I feared for a very long time to tell you this. I hoped you'd be stronger and more prepared. But that devil has forced my hand. I'm afraid the same way that you opened up to the others and they opened to you, I must do the same. For if I hold on to my secrets, a creature such as the devil that knows so much through so little may one day use it against you and shake your faith at the worst time possible. Siren, I am not a god.
Oh, you're very humble.
No, Siren, I am not a god. Gods cannot speak
But-
to mortals. Gods cannot even comprehend a single mortal life. Gods are ineffable and powerful and terrible and so far beyond our reach that to communicate with one would be like an ant communicating with a human. It's a terrible truth, but it is the case, and that is why creatures like myself exist. I am not a god. I am what the mortals refer to as a celestial, an angel. It is through us that the gods may, in some strange form, communicate and pass along their power to those that revere the ideals they stand for. I am not a god, and yet you pray to me still. It's about time you knew the truth about who Maluna was. Because for a very long time, Maluna has not been revered as a god of dreams and prophecy. You've well known that most revere her as a god of magic and elements, or her tie with the elemental moons. And truly, that is what many of her celestials embody. When you were a child some 100 years ago, you cried out for help in the night, relief from your nightmares, from your solitude. Maluna, in her limited capacity to understand humanity and mortals, could not and did not care. So your prayers went unanswered because they went to the wrong source. They still went to the name Maluna, but that was a domain she barely cared for. Maluna has no celestials of dreaming, no celestials that communicate with her clerics of dreams and prophecy. Until you. I heard your pleas, and before then, I was many of a shapeless, faceless mass of celestials, servitors, barely anything better. I had no identity. I had no form, no personality, no feelings. I simply carried out Maluna's will where she directed it. I listened to the greater celestials, those who had identity and agenda, most specifically. The Maluna you know is only half true. I am a piece of Maluna. That is what celestials are. They are fragments of the gods they call, if you must. She continues to sigh, running her fingers through your hair. And when I heard your call, and no other celestial acted, I felt the stirrings of something strange. I felt a drive to do something on my own initiative. I heard what you thought what Maluna was. Dreams, relief, escape from nightmares, a gentle hand, a mother in the night, where others could not reach you. And so I responded. And for the first time, I thought, I felt, I was more. The truth is, Siren, your opinions on your faith have informed me more than I ever informed you. And it was through this shaping identity and decades of getting to know you and what you thought Maluna was that turned me into what I am now. And eventually allowed me to filter her power through that new lens of perception and created a whole new Maluna. You created me in a strange sense, as much as Maluna herself did. I am a Celestial. I'm a Celestial without name, until recently without identity. I am not the god you think I am. I am young. I am nascent. I am an angel that barely has gotten its wings. And though I can draw the power of our god, the devil has me beaten in many aspects. She has power. She has connections. She has knowledge. Possibly centuries of it. I wouldn't know. My knowledge is limited to whatever I can experience through my worshippers. And that's you. All you've ever known is all I've ever known. And so it pains me when I say, for all your prayers, I cannot help you. Not directly when it comes to saving your home and your family. And if you'll still have me, you'll still allow me to help you, I will continue to do so, in my limited capacity. I just want to stop lying to you. If you reject this faith, or reject me as your Celestial, I will understand. It's not easy being lied to for 100 years. Her hand stops.
Siren.
It pulls away.
Oh.
And now, with the hand no longer occasionally clouding your ability to see her, her face does look troubled. The dark skin and freckled face, cascaded around the edges by the crinkled hair, and the starlight dress she wears that wraps around her like shawls and silk. She almost, despite the regality of her appearance, looks like a scared girl, not unlike yourself when you were younger.
Siren listens, and as soon as the hand is removed, further permitting her to see, she looks at her troubled face and at her troubled demeanor and bolts into a hug.
Oh. She, like, an immediate look of surprise as her hands come up to the sides as she's... And then she sags and sighs and wraps her large, warm arms around you and draws you in close, cradling your head into her neck.
So long you must have been holding on to this. I can tell how much pain it brought you to feel like you were lying to me. And I'm so happy now that you can be honest. Thank you.
I'll admit,
I
not
hold
the
nothing
response
against
I
you.
was expecting. I was expecting at least a little bit of anger.
Stop, Vera.
What's Vera doing?
In a Simple Path channel.
That was Jake.
Oh, Jake. Stop, Jake.
I am your father.
I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist. I genuinely thought that's where it was going.
Siren, I'm not a god. I am your father.
She Shapeshifts
but,
into a
It
snake.
just transforms.
What a boring, intoxicating innocence.
Dude, fucking Sam, I was about to type up that fucking joke. How dare you?
So,
But yes,
Uh,
and Siren just, in the hug, turns her head, like to rest her chin on her chest, and looks up at her and says, I couldn't stay mad at you. Are you kidding me? You stopped my nightmares when I was a child, and you've been with me ever since. I don't even know if you did that with direct orders from Eluna, but whether you did it with some orders from her or from entirely independent decisions on your part, I am extremely grateful. You're my best friend.
very.
Oh, it was so cringy when I said that, but I had to.
Are you getting friends?
you are my friend.
You are my friend.
Yeah.
God
How's it feel
damn
in
it.
second place, Korea?
That's okay.
Yeah. But her face softens at that, and she says, "I suppose it was a bit naive of me to think that shattering the illusion that you were able to speak to your god would ruin that ever cheerful demeanor of yours. You're a good
Well,
child, Siren.
Well, I'm not a child anymore.
It's true. I think we're about. Well, I'm much older than you, but I think this me is about as old as you are. Still,
It's like when you're a child and your parents tell you that, the Easter dragon and the Christmas chicken aren't actually real creatures. And by the time they tell you, you kind of had your doubts already. It's like that for me. Although, when I do pray, is it to you or is it still to Meluna?
it's to your idea of Meluna, and that idea is personified in myself. So your worship goes to me, and then I pass it on to her. It gives her power, which then she passes to me. I filter it through the lens of our faith, of what we believe Meluna is, and then I pass that to you. It's a two-way street. I, as a celestial, act as an intermediary. It is no exaggeration to say that the divide between mortal and celestial is the same as between celestial and God. Even higher celestials struggle to speak to our parents. It is a struggle to me to communicate with them, or to even understand their intentions and their wishes sometimes. Sometimes it's a bit like it feels a bit like having an absentee parent. But in the end, we know they're there, we know they're listening, that they govern quite a bit. The world is so much larger than you know, Siren. It stretches far beyond the shores of this country, this continent. Few people even know that this is only one part of the world. There are nations far across the sea. And beyond even that, there are other worlds, planes, planets, all which the gods preside over. You must understand, to be a god is to be universal. And so, is it any wonder that something so big can barely comprehend even something my size, let alone mortal? But we do our best. We take your prayers, we pass them on, and we communicate with them in our own way. Try to make it known, try to make it understood. And every time that happens, every time a prayer is heard, a little something shifts. An idea gains traction, loses it, gains power, or fades. And with that, that God changes ever so slightly. You, Siren, have the unique distinction, perhaps not unique, but very special distinction, of creating a whole nother face for a god. And that is me. I am in some way Maluna. But I am not her. I am not a god. I am what you think she is. And through your faith and your belief, I am real. Your faith is real. And the benefits that can bring to people, the wonders you alone can bring to this world, give that power. Even if it's not through divine miracles. Sitting on the side of the street, offering a stranger a cup of tea and an ear, brings the dreaming Maluna ever so closer to being real, being tangible.
What's wrong?
It's rarely
That's
understood.
beautiful.
It's rarely understood that to perform miracles on Earth does not require godhood or divinity. It only requires the will to do so. We're very fortunate to have you.
I see. Oh, I'm fortunate to have you.
You are my best and only
I
friend.
see now.
The other Celestials,
Well,
they do not acknowledge me. Think me strange, that my ideas are alien, that my lack of power a testament to the weakness of our interpretation of Maluna. But I believe in you, just like you believe in me.
1, 2, 3.
I understand now. I see. Well, I don't think you're strange.
I mean, we're a little bit
And
strange.
the only thing I think is strange is that you don't have a name. We've got to work on that. I'll think of something.
I'd like
you
a
need
name
one.
someday.
Because, you know, although Maluna is the god, I'd like a name to attribute to you so that I can pray to that instead. Of course, I'll never forget Maluna. She's all powerful after all. You are her celestial. I don't hate her. But I'd like to add your name into the mix. Ever so often. More often than I would pray to Maluna, I should say.
You need a diaper change. You stank.
Jesus.
Oh, wait, am I? I'm not muted.
No, you're not.
You're not.
Sorry.
We haven't
My
been for a
bad.
while.
It's okay, it's cute.
I think it's adorable.
Yes.
Yes.
And I thank you for everything you've done. I truly appreciate you.
No, you. I don't simply see you as a means to an end. And naturally, it would be nice if one day we were able to erect a church or spread the faith among people. But I don't want that because it would make me more powerful. Honestly, I'm happy with how much I have. I'm happy with my bond with you. But I also believe in the good things that our faith can bring to the world. There's so much strife and conflict and nightmare. Even if it only just brings people a bit of relief, whether it's a soldier or a child. If we're able to bring the same kind of salvation that I was able to bring you to more people, then I'd be happy with that. Because I think your idea, your ideals are worth spreading.
Thank you. I learned them from my mother.
With that, Baluna smiles softly, brings a hand down onto your forehead. She gives you another tight hug with her free arm, then kind of...
Before you go, I do hope that this independence of yours in helping me doesn't bring you any trouble.
I won't lie, you nearly did once.
If it
I
ever
was-
does,
You misunderstand.
please.
For a moment, when I was forming, and I understood the apathy that gods feel. This is not simply Maluna, it is all gods. Apathy is still a malicious interpretation. They simply cannot understand. But when I understood that myself, and I saw a child left to suffer by a god that could do something about it, taking into no mind the context of the situation, I felt anger. And nearly out of impulse, childish impulse, I nearly severed myself away from her. I fear what I might have become had I done that. As I would have not have had access to her power. I would have been weak and nascent, and possibly may have taken advantage of you. In a strange, desperate way to attempt to help you. It was an idea that formed in a moment within my mind before I discarded it, that I would bind myself to your soul. In a way, with a contract. Save you from nightmares, but forever own it. Your own personal devil on your shoulder. I understand what that means now and the horror of the context. That I know that I fully understand what a devil is. I understand the trap of that form of freedom. I would have been able to do anything I wanted to try and help you, but lacked the power to do so. I would have been forced to use your own soul's vitality to help you. I could not think of a more unfair deal to force upon a dreaming, nightmare-stricken child. And it sickens me to know that I even considered it.
But you didn't take it.
Didn't.
And that's what matters.
I saw the errors of my ways. I walked a mile in my god's shoes, and I understood, as best I could, why it didn't do anything. And it didn't do anything in a strange roundabout way, because I didn't exist yet. Nobody like me existed yet. Now I do. We can make a difference.
Yes.
So, priest of mine, best friend, and, well, devoted family member. I may not be able to snap my fingers and bring your village back, but we will do our best to right the wrongs, and I think help as many people along the way as we can. Make a world worth dreaming about.
Yes. Thank you. Best friend, devoted family member, and my true god.
She gently, one hand comes up behind the back of your head as she plants a gentle kiss on your forehead, and then lays you down, one hand coming up to your eyes, and then brings them across your eyelids. And the next thing you know, you awaken the next morning as light filters through the shutters of the windows.
Where am I in the order of party members waking up?
I'd say you'd be awake first. You
Wait,
feel
do elves still sleep in this system? I can't.
They do. They need.
Dude, I
well,
can't.
technically speaking, she's a sylph. She's not an elf.
Mhm. Oh, but I am. That's why I was asking.
Right. I'm pretty sure you need to at least meditate for 4 hours a day. Sleep.
The only reason I bring it up is because Holo Holo might be up. That's really it.
That's true, but you did come back very late.
Mhm.
Huh. It would seem that Pathfinder elves don't actually have that. They have immunity to a magical sleep, but nothing here that has the whole 4-hour meditation thing.
Oh, okay. Then never mind. Yeah, I'm just like Holo just sitting on a chair sleeping. Cappies. Cappies about.
One
Cappies
cappy,
about.
the smaller cappy on his eyes to cover it from the light, and another cappy on his lap.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say, Paka is probably on his head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then, if Siren is the first to wake up, she would immediately bolt out of bed,
You feel
in simple clothes with no armor, revitalized, and jump to the windows, opening them wide open, letting in sunlight into everyone who's asleep, and out the window shout, "I've had the best night of sleep I've ever had in a very long time! Let's go! Everybody wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up!" And
And far
immediately
in
go
the
to Vair
distance,
and
you
grab
need-
his cheeks on either side of his face and stretch them and go, "Wake up, Vair, wake up, Vair, wake up, Vair!"
Paka goes flying.
Yeah, the cabin goes flying. Outside, you hear shutters being thrown open about like half a minute later. You hear things being thrown at your windows, and then a shout out, "Shut the fuck up! Someone's still trying to sleep!"
Woo! I'm going to make breakfast to everyone! And then immediately bolt downstairs, realizing she's in her underclothes, and go, "I'm going to get dressed and then put breakfast on everyone's plates!"
Bloody hell, chill. Ugh.
I will be, Vair, I'm going to need you to blast Siren with some stunning breath, please. Just for another hour.
This early.
He grabs Vair and
At
starts
lea-
waltzing in the middle of the room.
At least let me finish sleeping for like 30 minutes or something.
Oh, you can have a cat nap in the middle of the day.
That's
No, I'm
kind of
going back to
racist.
sleep. Good.
That's
Yeah.
Takes a deep breath. We're going to be kind today.
And that
Holo Holo is currently removing Paka from a vase.
Paco is currently like face down in a flower vase, kind of picking his legs in the air. And that is where we're gonna cut the session for tonight. There's been a lot of
Sounds
talking.
good. Sounds good.
Yeah,
A lot of talking that needed being talked.
very good. Very nice.
And then I
No,
looked,
Siren,
I looked at the
to
one
drink
member
the
of the group
Kool-Aid.
who said basically "fuck" and all.
Yeah.
Wait, who?
You.
You.
Mallory.
Mhm.
Oh.
Also,
That is Mallory roleplay.
See-
So participation.
Siren, if you ever did that to us in a real life situation, you would not be walking out. You would not be happy in the morning.
Why not?
Your happiness would very much fade as anger of others immediately rise.
I mean, if it's a
actually,
real
you know
life
what?
situation, I am not a morning person. I wake up late.
Actually, better idea. Instead of Paka flying into a vase, Mallory is like, fucking breathes with his mouth open when he sleeps. He just comes plummeting. He just comes plummeting into Mallory's mouth.
Capybara fur.
Yeah, wiry catty.
Today we shall be nice, for I have plans.
Throws a Paca in her mouth. Yeah. Crammer mouthful with a potato.
Reaches for spell focus, pulls away.
Have silence. Yes. Thank you very much for playing today. It's been despite the fact that there was little in the way of mechanics, it has been an eventful day. Much has been revealed. Thought spots on characters have been revealed. Long-term goals and motivations have been brought to light. And some important talks with some equally important people has been had.
Yes.
Hey, Kara, you want some land for your kingdom?
Always. Though it would be a
The ocean.
the ocean.
The ocean
You know what?
is not
I
land.
guess
Not that.
I guess
so
I can
much as,
conquer the
What do you
ocean.
call it? Zenalkache, you guys look on the map, it's way over to the east. A bit removed from where you intend to establish your kingdom.
Yeah, it'll be a
It'll be an exclave. It'll be
Wait,
an
where?
exclave.
Wait, where is it? Where is?
Zenalkache.
Over to the.
1 second, I'm gonna.
Is it
I'm
far
gonna,
right?
Right.
I'm gonna.
Far
ping-
east?
Oh, right.
Would you-
Oh, right. East is
Yeah.
right.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
east is right.
Yeah, Xenoquichi.
Listen, we all gotta start somewhere. Start small, dream big.
I think that the middle of the ocean might be a
Oh.
little bit big. But yeah.
Wait, where
No,
is
no,
the
it's-
place Chico is from?
That's way over to the
Oh,
west.
no,
that's
it's
complete.
giant.
On the
It's on the
Titan's
Titan's arm. It's like around here, I think. Yeah,
Oh.
well, around here.
Oh,
Specifically,
Yeah.
it's Feetsmarn is where she's from.
it's smart.
Yeah, I was right. I remember.
Yeah, that's where the craft.
Siren has a pleasant
I'm trying to see
Siren
Siren has a
exactly where.
pleasant time with her god. Me gets bored by my gets fucking eaten and dragged off.
Yeah, and looking here.
Me looking at
Where-
Aiko.
So
Yeah.
where am I conquering? Fuck it.
I'm just
Please.
putting it on the map. Just here you go. We're going
At
here.
least yours are responding. Mine didn't even say anything.
Yours is technically a devil.
Mhm.
No.
Also, is this a horse?
Oh, there.
That looks
Where?
like a horse
Ca-
head.
It's
Hey, Karya.
it's a-
Look,
it's a
in simple
mountain.
path, Karya.
It's a mountain in the
Oh,
middle
I'm
of
looking.
the ocean.
A mountain.
Yeah, I
The
described it
Immortal
previously
Strait.
before when you passed it on the way to the Mordani Confederacy. The Immortal Strait,
Oh,
which is
yeah.
that section of water that goes between those two areas. In between, like guarding in the very middle, is a massive fortified installation atop a mountain that gates off that section and collects tolls for anybody passing through to the Mirror Sea, or vice versa. It's part of how the Mordani Confederacy, despite the fact that they had the military might to lock down that very important chokehold, it's also how they make so much fucking money sometimes. Because of the amount of trade that needs to flow through there and how many ships go through there. So yeah,
There's also a place named after Doritos' flame.
where?
Doritos' flame.
Yeah.
Oh, ha ha. Ha ha.
I'm not sure I understand.
Haven.
Haven?
Haven.
Final
It's an
Fantasy.
inside joke.
Ah,
And also,
okay.
we always
It's-
remember the humble island of Jute.
Yeah,
It's
jute.
Jute.
Hey,
It's,
guys,
it's
you know
so
they
small, it
say
barely registers.
Rome wasn't built in a day.
Roan.
What- God. I like the fact that my players are finally paying attention to the map and it's only to make puns.
Yes.
You know why it was called Haven?
Haven't you heard?
Hey, Jude.
What was that?
It's a well for one thing, it's a safe place. Or well, but it's a great place to go if you want to get away. It's also a great place if you want to.
Now let's make like the.
It's a great place where everybody is having a good time.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Haven't you
No,
ever
no, Corey,
considered to
let's-
stop that?
Okay. All right.
Dad.
I've yet to see people
Um,
identify the most in-your-face pun on this map, and I'm waiting until people catch it. So yeah,
All right, Julian, start looking.
I leave that to you guys. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for playing. It has been a pleasure, and I've been looking forward to this section for a little bit because boy, there has been a lot of talking that's been needing to have, and we've had. It is now the 40th session. 41 if you count
40th?
sessions here. Yeah, this is the 40th session we've had. And that's a lot of talking that's built up over time that's been needing to be had. So good to get that.
Yeah, really.
Many revelations today. And I think that's where we're gonna go.
I'm looking on the map. I don't see the joke.
I think it's Woe Tide.
No.
Because Roll Tide is a southern thing they say.
Roll
no?
Tide's a southern thing.
It-
Yeah, that's
Roll
more of a-
Tide.
Woe Tide is more of a shipwreck cove reference than anything. No, that's not the pun. But that is a good. That is
What?
A good attempt.
What incarnation is Ilias Meridir?
Oh yeah,
Well,
no, I remember that one. We went through, we traveled through there.
No, you
Yes,
didn't.
I know we
there.
have.
You kind
Yes,
of
but what is
popped
that?
in there for a little bit, and then you bit back out because the place is really lethal.
Hey guys, let's go to Tricus. I wonder.
Wait.
Oh,
I
we didn't
wonder
even,
what's
we
in
didn't even make it to the. Yeah, you wanna know what's great about that? Yeah, this is where we were. That was lethal. We probably got to about here. We have to go here. So,
Oh god.
You guys have made it like 2 squares above the border between Port Elaine and Ilias Miradale. What did you see?
That's how you pronounce that.
Yeah,
That's
Miradel.
which one did you see, Grim?
God, I see it now. I hate you.
What is it?
Where
Where?
is it?
I
What is
hate
it?
you.
What is it? Yes, you saw it.
Wait.
Livy
Oh wait.
I don't get
Oh
it.
yeah, no, I knew
waiting
about
for
this one.
40
I-
fucking sessions for somebody to see that.
I knew about this. I knew about
What?
this.
If you don't know,
Living on
then-
the prairie.
Oh,
Yeah,
living on a.
living
Oh,
on a-
okay.
yeah.
I'm
And that's where the Slavic bumpkin goblins live.
that's fucking
Okay.
Living on the
Why are
prairie.
they pumpkins but also Slavic? That's very specific.
Because
they're very
the original idea I had was like basically an entire nation of fuzzy lumpkins. But then I thought like, well, I actually gotta give them proper culture. And then close to a pretty Slavic nation, surrounded by like you have Vladidovsky, which is very much what do you call it? Very, very East European, very Slavic. You have
Moldova.
Moldavia, which is basically Transylvania. Then you have the people to the east who are incredibly isolationist, so they would have no impact. Plain as the nose on your face. There you go. Yeah. And then you have the Tlembequithwe Cooperative, which is its own thing. It's not very cooperative. It's a cooperative because the people that live there cooperate with each other to keep everybody else out. Yeah. But I won't say more on those until you guys actually either find stuff that will inform you about those countries, or until you go there yourself and discover it. But I do love to talk about the some of the basics, like that would be kind of just be generally known about different nations. Also, just generally, if you want to, there's things like knowledge geography and like knowledge history. If you ever want to just go like, hey, this is on the world map. What is this?
Me-
Imagine this a long time ago. But Holo Holo's goblin accent similar to the one from the fucking living on the prairie.
What's it called? Me learning about your world. I barely know about our world.
That's easy.
I know
Alright.
nothing about this plane.
All right, Julian, what country is the Great Wall of China in?
Bangladesh.
No,
Correct.
it's that one that's between the border of Mexico and America, right?
Oh, no, I think that's the pyramids.
You're right.
I was about to make a joke.
Also,
I-
yes, in fact, as a matter of fact, Rem, there is a port in Lavinia. In fact, it is heavily contested between it and Lavinia ship launch. Nice. But yes, there's actually, not without any joking, right around here, there is a port that is heavily contested with Aerodyne. That is essential to a lot of the trade that the papacy sees and use. It's their last stop off point before going to put through places like Mordon and Yucatan and things like that if they want to extend their power out into the eastern or the western side of the world. So it's very important. But yes, it's in Lavinia ship launch.
Man, I realized something. I should have gone here to lie low.
Yeah, if you wanted to lie low, you go lie low. Nice.
Okay. Also, I may have permanently changed the lore of your and Kimura's universe for this world
Oh no, we
by
talked at
saying
length
that
about this.
there's the Christmas chicken and
the Christmas chicken.
the Easter
yes.
dragon.
Yes.
Christmas
To be fair,
chicken.
those may just be like common superstitions. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe the Christmas chicken is real.
No,
Who's
not
Chris?
anymore. I'm making a cleric
Who's
that's
Chris?
specifically played.
No,
It's
I'm
Christmas
making-
because the chicken is named Chris.
Chris Massacre.
I'm
Christmas
now
chicken.
making a cleric that prays to the Christmas
Yes.
chicken.
So-
it would be another witch. It would have the Christmas chicken as its patron. Also, Christmas chicken, weirdly enough, it fucking, considering the fact that Japan has a tradition of having fried chicken on Christmas,
Oh, yeah,
lines up very
KFC.
nicely.
Yeah.
But yes.
Oh,
also,
no.
Also, if you wanted to lie low, what do you call it, Shaiko, you better not go north, or else you'll be a Becca.
I hate you.
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. I've been looking around because I saw Haka and then I saw Thros,
Mhm.
but my brain immediately started just putting it as Hakuna Matata, and it's not anywhere correct.
No, not in the slightest.
Not in the slightest, but I was like, what's a dumb pun that Quest would make? It's got to be something. So I was just forcing them in until I found Living on a Prairie.
So wait, quick question, Mr. DM.
Yes.
When do I get my fairy godmother?
You had a fairy godmother.
Lamousi's still
upon
in.
a time.
Yeah, Lamousi's still in the barrel.
He's still
yes,
there.
what was her name? What was her name, actually? I still have her entry here in the fucking notes.
It should be.
Your mama?
It starts with a G. I know that much.
Gristel.
Yep, that's it.
You had a fairy
Gristel.
That
Her
was
name was
not a
Gristel.
G.
So, can I have her back?
No. Unless you want to get Fae cursed. You want to be the one.
Let's
that can-
find out. Let's find out the Felgor situation first, and maybe
Sure.
not a bad idea.
Yeah. Well, if you're ever looking for that, then all you got to do is go walking off into the Fowlin Wastes for some reason. Why you would ever do that is beyond me. But some people are suicidal.
I'm sad about it. I didn't think about it until not too long ago.
Mhm.
I could have introduced myself as Shaiko Grandtrodden and have that as a fake name. You couldn't do nothing about it. This is a fake name.
It's a pseudonym.
Hmm.
People start hearing the name Grandtrodden, and they go like,
Oh, it's a fake name. I heard it from it's from the Titan's Arm. Promise.
Grandtrodden.
Let's see. A wife, interesting life. Yes, indeed. Having a Fey wife.
Yes, it really is.
Having a Fey wife gives a more literal meaning to "May you live in interesting times."
It's true.
Yes, I think that's about where we're fake name. Nice. Puns aside, it's been a pleasure. I have been waiting, just like I was waiting for a very long time, to act out the devil. I've been waiting a long time to finally have these little revelations and to convey these. And now that you guys are of a somewhat more substantial power personally, as well as having learned more about both the world and yourselves, finally, and most importantly, now that you are all privy to each other's conflicts and your motivations and intentions, more or less, it makes it eminently more effective to be able to share these things with you. So, this, I think, marks a turning point for the party. As
Yes.
you are all now, at the very least, aware of each other's greater ambitions, at least the ones you're willing to share, and have, for the most part, solidified a willingness to assist one another and raise each other up, rather than letting each other
Hey.
flounder.
Double words in my mouth.
That's why I said most of you.
Exactly.
That's why I said most of you. And through all thriving, all may prosper. Now, there's also, I think, the another thing that was brought up to me by a couple of players will potentially also need to be addressed, maybe next session. That is the matter of money. Plain and simple. Money.
Fair change.
Money. To better
Money.
arm yourselves
Money.
to better equip yourselves with, should be better prepared for the challenges that are to come. As unfortunately, as you guys have progressed through your journey, you've found yourselves successively in places that really don't pay very well. At least not. Your biggest payout was from Stanislav. That was 10,000 gold each.
I still have a majority of that.
Still have a majority of that.
I-
You spend. But-
I put it down.
Oh, I
for
am.
on it.
But it is becoming, at least to some of you, ever more evident that it's still not enough, especially if you want to be really prepared.
Yes.
So, one thing that may eventually become a topic of conversation, at least between a few of you, if not the whole group, how to make some cash. And we might see that in the future. For now, though, I leave you all, how to put this? I leave you all to aftercare after this little therapy session and the characters opening up to one another. Yes, again, thank you for watching, thank you for playing, and we'll see you tomorrow for Genesis.
Genesis. To see, thank you for having us. This was a lovely time.
Yeah.
I'm glad we all got to talk and wax lyrical, and then Mallory
Absolutely.
sat there quietly while I was secretly holding a gun to his head.
No, you misunderstand. Mallory is holding the gun, and that's why he doesn't have to talk.
Ah, of course.
Yes.
Counter argument.
Oh.
Spontaneous combustion.
So, DM, you're telling us we don't get a Vorpal sword for having group therapy time?
No. No, the Vorpal
What about
sword.
the?
No, you guys get a Vorpal sword, but it can only be used when you're handing it, and it is the talking sword. Whoever has the
I just
Vorpal
like
sword
to.
talks.
Oh, okay, I see. Can it be a keenly spoken weapon, just out of curiosity, and a great sword, perhaps?
Yes, but you may
No,
only
no, it
you
cannot.
may only hold it for the purposes of talking to your allies and providing therapy. Anytime you wish to try and swing it, it falls out of your hands.
That's a damn shame. I'm
can
gonna
also-
have to. I'm gonna have to make this keen
Hey,
sword sometime.
I can use it.
You can also
Okay.
only hold it. You can also
Wait.
only hold it with both hands. You have to hold it close to your waist,
Hmm.
like
So,
like
Nice.
Spaceballs.
Wait, a
I've got
Vorpal giant. What is the material that Karya wanted his sword made out of?
The
Adamantine.
adamantine blade,
A
the
Vorpal
fucking adamantine slab.
Twice the size of Karya long blade.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
First of all, the joke that Chaiko just made, there is a spell you can cast to cause the powder in somebody else's gun to go off without them pulling the trigger. There is, in fact, a spell
Yes.
for that. There are specific firearm
Okay.
specialized spells.
It's like damp. It's like damp something, damp
and
powder.
and then there's also
Uh-oh.
one that sparks powder. The idea of the full
Wait.
blade, as I imagine it would be, because there was such a thing back in 3.5 called a full blade, which is basically take what most people in fantasy think, what people think a fantasy greatsword is. That's what a full blade is. Only he was basing it off of a orc great axe of some sort, butcher's axe, I believe.
Yeah, it was the butcher's axe.
The fucking there's still a few hurdles to overcome. In fact, all the hurdles are still there because none of them have been solved yet. You don't have that much adamantine. You don't have a forge big enough to work it. You don't have enough smiths or a big enough smith to work of high enough skill to work that, and you don't have the means of getting any of those things just yet.
I'm right here.
Especially for a blade that fucking big and heavy. There's
Alright,
also the matter of
so-
momentum. But,
Yeah.
inertia doesn't exist in a purely mechanical game rule.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
So
Stabs
fun-
big
fun-
flat slab of adamantine on the ground. All right, this is my dad killing sword.
You remember the
Kinslayer.
Do you remember the Smelter's Great Hammer from
Kinslayer is
Dark
pretty
Souls 2?
based.
Yes.
Wait a minute.
Do you remember the Smelter's Great Hammer from Dark Souls 2? It was just like that big
There's a chicken.
melted.
I was
Yeah,
more
chick-
so talking the Fume Ultra Great Sword.
Yeah, it
But-
would look
yeah,
more like
but-
that. The smelter hammer is just a chicken wing.
Yeah, no, the reason I bring up the Smelter Hammer because I imagine that's what Karya would actually get if he got that much adamant.
Yeah. If the
What's
guy,
it called,
if the guy smithing it didn't roll really fucking good, it would have just been a slab. And the thing is, once you've melted down adamantine ore, it cannot be melted again. That's why you also can't salvage adamantine.
Ouch.
What's it called? Just to spite Karya, I'm gonna make a needle, the tiniest thing I can think of, capable of killing his father.
Mm.
Just needle.
The dragon slaying needle, yes.
Part of finding out his father's scales are made of adamantine.
Sweating
Don't
profusely.
say that.
Grim makes a good point.
I don't
Vote
like that
yourself
idea.
only for heading off emotional turmoil. There you go. Mercurial full blade. Fuck off with that. You're not allowing the siege weapons, just like I'm generally not allowed siege weapons. Fabricate is a lot. People overestimate how much Fabricate can do.
I gotta
I was looking into
go.
Fabricate actually.
So what was that?
Oh,
too?
bye.
Yeah, bye.
Okay,
This
yep,
was a
please.
great session.
Bye.
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 Take care.
Bye bye.
Dragon Slayer's Thorn. There you go.
This little teensy weensy little needle just.
The dragon.
Guys, what if we did a mailing service and we used the mimic as like a way to do it, of like for high priority good?
I mean, that's
You know what,
basically
actually,
that's
I have
basically
a-
what he was being used for before.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I have a
exactly.
plan for him already, so.
Cool. Oh yeah, nobody actually.
Well, would
checked
you like
his
to share with
contents
the
because
class?
I believe, yeah, because
No one has.
people were too wrapped up in talking, which is fair. Yeah, I've got his contents.
I mean,
sorted out,
Flick
whatever,
got a
so-
really good close look at it.
Yeah, Flick did get a close look
Flick
inside of
got
it.
a really good look at it.
Well, to be fair, he was kind of had a face full of tongue. He was in there, so you know.
That's true.
People tend to be distracted
Well,
when they're getting a tongue shoved in their face.
Mm.
For different reasons.
Being repossessed is shit.
Damn.
Repo man.
Yeah.
Can't believe it.
Get repossessed.
I thought that was
I'm
funny.
not some fucker's fucking pickup truck. I'm a living creature. But yeah, still can't believe. I say I can't believe it. I'm the one who helped facilitate it. But the fact that you guys had the idea to bluff him into thinking he's being repoed was hilarious.
Look, if there's anything I'm good at, it's making people feel guilty.
Oh, for sure. Whether it's child
fucking-
Mallory or adult Mallory, you're great at making people feel guilty, but for different reasons.
Yes.
Our fucking cart is just a menagerie of creatures. We got hello, we got a mimic, and now we have two cappies and the fucking.
And
Everyone else.
Hey, don't worry. I plan to make a deck of mini foxes at some point.
Yeah, that
Hey,
was
but
one
the
your
Crown
first
of
ideas
Conquest?
When you were
Yes, it was.
when you were still an artificer at the very beginning. One of the first ideas you had was just a deck of cards that you could play 52 pickup with, and when you did it, a bunch of foxes came out.
Yep.
I'm glad we forgot about all those magical items we had in the carriage.
Sure. By the way,
I'm
yeah,
glad
cookies.
Oh no, I still have all my personal inventory. So anytime I go through my inventory or look at anything, I see the items we have in our fucking cart.
None
Is
of
the
them-
cat belt still there?
No, those are
Cat belt is
on
still
me.
there, yeah.
Those are on me at all times.
Your cat belt.
I remember the cat. I was thinking about the cat belt.
The
Remember
cat,
my fucking
the catnip belt.
remember my ice block that doesn't melt?
Yes.
Yes.
Or about my Naiad ring? Or about the funny fucking gourd?
Uh,
Can I have some
I
rice?
hate that
skeleton-
gourd, by the
skeleton
way.
Gourd, yes. The
I wanna
Naiad ring
weaponize
you
that, by the
haven't
way, at some
tried out
point.
yet, actually,
Yeah, huh? It's in her hair.
that's true. Yes, it is. You're not giving it a try though, because it's supposed to only activate when you swim.
Yeah, and you know what I haven't done since?
Swim.
Swim.
Still some PTSD over that one, alright?
Mhm.
Also, Matt,
Yeah, what's up?
Mallory's taking his ring back.
What
Oh.
ring?
The one he gave you that had.
How
The
dare
ring-
you?
Oh yeah. Does Mallory want the flask back too? Like,
Yes,
let's
of course.
go.
It's Flask, dude.
Mallory does not
This is
give
gonna-
presents. Mallory lends for a moment and then gets
Also-
back in interest.
Also, if that's the case, you should take your sleeves and mini garments from Flick.
That's true. Like,
Oh yeah.
It's like they're all
How-
hanging
no.
out. They all finish talking, and then Mallory's just sitting there, discontent, going, "When am I getting my shit back?"
Yeah, no, you'll get it back in
3 to 4
about.
business days.
So hang on a sec.
169 days.
for every
You'll get it-
second that I don't get, I get a
Listen.
square inch of your fur.
Listen.
Oh,
I'll get it back. I'll get it back.
I will get back to you at a certain date, but it is a date that is unknown to me. For now, I am borrowing this for the long term.
No, I just imagine Mallory just waxing Flick's hair off. Give it back. Give it back.
I'll give you a
Give it
reason.
back.
But yes. Anyway,
I will turn you into a Sphinx cat myself if I have to.
I just remembered something. So,
Yes.
next week, we're going to be celebrating a couple people's birthdays. And specifically,
All right.
Vera, we call it
Fway and
Fway
and Sully.
and Sully are going to be meeting up, and we're going to be celebrating this next
Hey.
weekend. So there will be no game.
Okay.
Yes.
That actually works out because
I would
because
like,
I think next Saturday.
I could bring my laptop with me and could potentially run a game from there, even just from my. No, I can't stream from my laptop. So, yeah. So yeah, we're gonna have a 1 week break. Next weekend, no game. As we will be vacationing for a weekend. So yeah.
That actually works out because next Saturday I believe I'm going to a bridal shower for one of my cousins.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they're
before we drift off into some private
Actually,
information.
granted, it's my cousin's fiance actually.
Cousin's fiance's roommate.
Yeah.
Yes.
Former roommate.
Former roommate, once removed. Anyway, I think that's it for the stream now. You guys take care. And